Did you go home? No.
Wait, Nancy, am I showing up as community development? Okay.
You have the rest of this time. I think that's stuff over there. Yes.
No. Yes, those are my folder footers. I brought extra. Well, this is going on, so I just. Yeah, I mean, just energy bond for the city.
Hello. Can I be heard?
And if you want, or if it's easier, are you, I mean, you're not so late. Yeah. You don't have to plug in or anything. It's just Zoom. I would join the Zoom so she can promote you.
Right now.
Just so you're in, I guess, but up to you. No. Yeah, you can sit next to me if you want. No one. Yeah. I know.
That was unfortunate.
Hi, George. Hopefully.
I want to get.
Yeah, it's useless. And your name.
That's good.
I
I always listen to that.
Completely excited. It's like 20 seconds and it's different.
Nice.
Because you don't have to say that anymore. You're really nice. I know. I have to open.
Good evening, everyone. I will call to order the Planning Commission, City of Laguna Beach Planning Commission meeting of May 21st, 2025. I note that Commissioner Kellenberg will be participating remotely. That location has been publicly noticed. Commissioner Kellenberg, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Are any members of the public with you at your remote location?
Nobody's shown up yet, but the door's unlocked.
Okay, if anybody does show up, please let us know. Okay,
I will.
may I have roll call, please?
Commissioner Goldman,
Here.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Here.
Chair Sadler.
Here. All right, before we begin with our regular items, there's a period for public communications at the beginning of the meeting. This is where members of the public may come up and address the Planning Commission on any items that are under our general purview, but are not part of tonight's agenda. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public communications tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of the March 19th, 2025 Planning Commission draft minutes. Does any member of the public wish to pull that item, or any commissioners wish to pull that item? Seeing none, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to our public hearings, which begin with item 5.1. This is a sign permit application at 207 Ocean Avenue, the Chakra Shack. And Sarah Olson, planning technician, will be presenting this item for us tonight.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Item 5.1 is request for approval of a sign permit for the Chakra Shack located at 207 Ocean Avenue. The subject property is located near the intersection of South Coast Highway and Ocean Avenue within the Visitor Commercial District of the Downtown Specific Plan. And the Chakra Shack was approved for a conditional use permit by the Planning Commission on April 2nd, 2025 to offer personal services in conjunction with a retail business. The applicant is now requesting approval to install one wall sign, one suspended sign, and 2 window signs. The proposed wall sign will consist of flat-cut aluminum letters pin-mounted to the front facade wall above the existing canopy. The largest letter height will be approximately 15 inches in height and span a length of 11 feet and 7 inches, resulting in a total sign area of 14.71 square feet. The proposed suspended sign will be located near the easterly entrance and suspend from the existing canopy. The sign will be fabricated with 1-inch thick white painted aluminum and contain digital printed vinyl for the business name and logo, and the sign area will be 2 square feet. The proposed window signs will be located in each of the storefront windows and consist of white vinyl graphics detailing the personal services offered for the business. The first window sign will be a total of 3.45 square feet, and the second set will be 3.71 square feet. Overall, staff has found the proposed sign permit to be consistent with the municipal code, the Downtown Specific Plan, and all required findings, and recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the attached resolution approving sign permit and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any commissioner disclosures on this item? Commissioner Kellenberg?
No.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this point? Nope. Okay. Is the applicant here? You could come up to the podium or the table, whatever you feel more comfortable with. You may need to push a button on the microphone to get it activated.
Hello.
If you can give us your name and let us know about your application, anything you want to tell us about it.
Yeah,
My name is Jill Templin, and we're just applying for signage downtown for our new shop, or not new, but relatively old. I don't know, it all seems to be in alignment with what the city says is okay, so.
Great. Are there any questions, commissioners of the applicant? Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? I see none. We will move on to commissioner action. Somebody like to begin?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. This may be a process change, but unless a sign needs a variance, I feel like all sign applications should be done administratively. But besides that, I'm all for what you're doing, so.
Commissioner Whiten.
No comment, no comments, very straightforward, and I'm glad you have the suspended sign. That's what's going to have the most impact, I think.
Commissioner Goldman.
I'm supportive as well. Good luck.
Commissioner Kellenberg.
Yeah, I thought it was very tastefully designed. I like the blade sign as well. I'm supportive.
Great. And I do as well. It was noted, that there's no additional sign lighting for these signs. The Planning Commission is specifically supposed to approve letter heights that are greater than 8 inches, which they are in this case, but I think it's acceptable. And I'm willing to support it. So somebody make a motion.
Okay, I move approval of, let's see, sign permit 25-0489 and recommend adoption, approving this sign permit and said action exempt from CEQA.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten.
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously.
In record time.
14-day right of appeal if anybody doesn't agree with that decision. Okay, we'll give staff a minute here to get set up. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 5.2, which is at 239 Broadway. And it's a request for a conditional use permit, a coastal development permit, and determined that it meets for the CEQA exemption. And this will be presented by our principal planner, Wendy Young, tonight. Wendy.
Thank you, Chair Sadler. Good evening, Planning Commission. Is there feedback? All right. Good evening, Planning Commission, members of the public. I'm Wendy Jung, Principal Planner, and I'll be presenting Agenda Item 5.2, located at 239 Broadway. The requested action is for approval of a conditional use permit. Sorry, it's delayed here. There we go. The requested action is for approval of a conditional use permit and a coastal development permit to establish and operate a museum dedicated to the sport and lifestyle of surfing. There will be ancillary uses that will include retail sales, the sale of beer and wine for on-site consumption, and use of the facility to host special events. The subject property is located in the CBD2 Downtown Commercial District of the Downtown Specific Plan area. The site is developed with an approximate 16,500 square foot commercial building, which was originally constructed in 1931. It currently consists of 2 commercial suites, 229 Broadway, which is occupied by US Bank, and 239 Broadway, which is this project site, is currently vacant and was previously occupied by Laguna Drug. The building is uniquely situated between Broadway and Ocean Avenue and maintains entrances from each street. A 51-space parking lot adjacent to the project site is maintained under common ownership
and takes access from Ocean Avenue. Parking for the building and the uses is in conformance with city standards, with 49 spaces required and 51 spaces provided. The Surfing Heritage and Culture Center, or commonly known as SHAC, was established in 1999. And in 2005, they opened a museum location in San Clemente, California. The founders and the board are seeking approval to relocate the facility to the heart of downtown Laguna Beach. A conditional use permit is required to establish the cultural institution in the CBD2 downtown commercial district. And the proposed change in use that involves an intensification of use with a greater parking requirement requires approval of a coastal development permit. The proposed hours of operation are Monday through Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., with hours for special events generally from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. For typical museum-based operations, they anticipate a total of 6 to 8 employees. And the applicant is proposing interior tenant improvements in order to accommodate additional restrooms, to install fire sprinklers, and to provide other modifications to support the proposed workspaces, storage, and the exhibit areas for the museum. There are no proposed exterior modifications to the building or the parking lot, and any future signage will be subject to the city's sign ordinance and permitting requirements. The proposed use has a marginally greater parking requirement than the previous use, Laguna Drug, which was a retail store and pharmacy use. In the downtown specific plan area, the non-residential uses such as office, retail, and food services require a parking requirement of 3 spaces for 1,000 square feet. Museum uses shall provide 1 space for every 300 square feet. While the proposed change of use results in a net increase of 2 parking spaces, the existing 51 space parking lot currently provides a surplus of 2 spaces that satisfies this incremental increase in parking demand. The first level will feature a central reception desk, a retail space, offices for key personnel, and a museum space to showcase the history and culture of surfing. There will also be a compact kitchen and bar area that will support the staff needs and catering for special events, and it will offer the ability to provide refreshments, including beer, wine, and snacks to the museum visitors. The second level will include a conference room, restroom, as well as additional office and storage space for artifact conservation. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request and determined that the project conforms to the zoning code, general plan policies, and the downtown specific plan, and meets the required findings to approve the conditional use permit as well as the coastal development permit. Additionally, the project has been reviewed by the building division, the fire department, and the police department, and the comments have been addressed and incorporated into the plans by the applicant. Staff is recommending that the commission tonight adopt the resolution 25-0884 to approve the subject entitlements and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Also wanted to note that staff has not received any public correspondence regarding this item, and that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any question, and the applicant is here as well, and they are available to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Before we start, are there any commissioner disclosures?
I met with one of the applicants and toured the building.
Yeah, I met with Mark Christie, the applicant.
I met as well.
I did as well. Commissioner Kellenberg?
I did not.
Okay. All right, thanks. Any questions for staff at this point?
Yeah, I've got one, Wendy, on the page 10, item 25 on the resolution. It addresses additional parking for special events. And I'm kind of curious about that because there are other spaces within the DSP that have special events that have no parking, that being the Rivian, the Laguna Beach Cultural Arts Center, the former Honecker Foundation, and the Laguna Art Museum. And I'm wondering why, with those examples, why we are not following that same precedent for the Surfing Heritage Museum. 25, number 25.
I can probably start off a response and Wendy can certainly add to it. So using the Rivian as an example, the Rivian Theater, like many buildings downtown, they predate the city's first commercial parking requirements. There's often a lot of grandfathered parking credits that go along with these downtown commercial properties. The Rivian Theater, having been a theater, it's grandfathered in at a relatively high rate. So given that favorable set of circumstances, they were able to get credited a rather large sum of
I know it
grandfathered
was over
parking
200
credits.
spaces.
Correct. And that was, we were able to rely on that to allow for large occupancy special events at that particular venue. And each property does have to be evaluated individually. The downtown specific plan states that most uses fall under the blended rate parking requirement, but there are a few limited exceptions, one of which is museums, special event uses, assembly uses, hotels. So given that requirement, the application before you does set an occupancy restriction on special events. That's based on the available parking.
Okay, because it's one of the few buildings, big buildings we have that actually has parking, you know, so I was just curious about that because I know like when the Honaker Center was open, I mean, they were having openings there and they've got no parking for that building, but does that fall under some sort of grandfathered in historic parking credits as well, or?
That particular building I know was approved as an art gallery specifically. I don't believe that there was any, that I'm aware of any particular authorization for special events. Now they do, obviously, like any other art gallery, will host Thursday's Art Walk special events with
Right.
perhaps an artist reception, and that falls under the category of an ancillary use in some cases. Each application does need to be considered independently. So unfortunately, there is no blanket approval for downtown uses to be able to fill up the spaces per the building occupant load. We do have to dig into the facts a little bit and determine if sufficient parking is provided either physically on site or through some other mechanism such as grandfathering.
So this building, you know, being built quite a while ago, it doesn't have any kind of grandfathered parking credits at all.
I don't believe it was able to.
If I may, the building was constructed and has historically been operated as a retail type use. So, you know, it was some of the prior uses were Smart and Final, Sprouts Reese,
Right.
clothing stores, banks, and those historically have a parking requirement that is less intense, typically one space for every 250 square feet. Now with the update to the downtown specific plan and having the blended parking requirement of the 3 spaces for every 1,000, that's coupled with the requirement for the museum parking requirement, which is 1 space for 300 square feet. And so as Anthony mentioned, the cap that was indicated in condition number 25 on page 10 of the resolution is that they would be limited to 153 seats or an assembly area of 1,785, and that's based on the existing parking that's being provided. Now, if they want to propose an event that would be a larger size or more seats, they may do so, but they would just be subject to submitting an application, whether that be a temporary use permit, or if they wanted to do this on a more permanent basis, maybe they want to come back and amend the conditional use permit.
So just so I'm clear, the Laguna Art Museum, they must have historic parking credits as well because there's no parking up there. And
Yeah, they
museum-
are grandfathered as an art
Okay.
museum. Yeah.
It just seems sometimes kind of arbitrary to me that we apply these standards in one case and not the other. So that's it. Thank you.
Following up on that, the parking for special events, can the applicant go to the city and get a permanent permit for off-site parking for special events? In other words, if the applicant enters into an agreement with an appropriately distanced owner, can they enter into a permanent agreement without having to come back to the city each time they have an event?
Certainly, there are special provisions within the city's parking ordinance, chapter 25.52, that allow them to apply for those types of like offsite parking, or if they have an innovative solution where they have some type of, you know, shuttle or some type of program to address the increase in parking demand. That would be subject, though, to approval by the Planning Commission.
My other question is, where is the parking for the bank?
There are 8 spaces that are dedicated to the use of the bank in that same parking lot.
Okay, so there are actually a total of 59 spaces in the parking lot.
No, 8 of the 51.
8 of the 51.
Yes. So if you refer to page, there's a table within the staff report that has a breakdown.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, thank you.
Table 1 on page 6.
Staying with the parking theme, the city currently leases some spaces within that parking lot, don't they?
Yes, the city currently leases 10 spaces for the resident shoppers permit. There is a lease in place that I believe it runs from June to December. However, given when the proposed use, and maybe the applicant can provide additional commentary on it, but if the museum would be opening before the lease term ends, there would be discussions of whether or not, the terms could be modified to accommodate their opening.
Commissioner Goldman, any question? Commissioner Kellenberg, do you have any questions?
Well, I just wanted to point out that table, it sounds like as you're presenting that there's 51 spaces are required for the museum, but there's really only about 18 spaces that are required for the museum. That the other spaces are being used by the other uses in the overall building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So that's why all these other allocations work, because it's really an 18 space requirement. I just wanted to make sure I heard my ears right, that if this were to be a restaurant of this scale, it would actually require fewer parking spaces than this building as a museum.
Marginally, yes. It would be a difference of like 333 for every.
Yeah, I just want to, I just think that's an interesting factoid. That's. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. To the applicant team, okay? You go ahead and introduce yourselves and let us know about your application.
So I'm Mark Christie, lifetime resident. I'm a co-chair of Surfing Heritage. I needed another thing to do, but that's how important this is to me. I'm here with Keith Lee, who's helped us with the design, and Jeff Alter, who is both a board member and the executive director. Additional local residents that are on the board, Paul Nade, I think a lot of you know Paul, Greg McGillivray, certainly Dan McInerney, and Randy Hild and Royce Kanzler, kind of a dream team lineup of surf industry people here. I've been here a lot of times, and with the exception of probably the ranch, this is the most excited I've ever been coming down here. This is big. This is big for Laguna. Rather than run through the details of the application, you've seen it, I just kind of want to, almost for posterity, make a quick little statement here. We are bringing the world's premier surf museum to Laguna Beach, a town known for the origins of modern surfing and a county that's considered the birthplace of modern surf culture. So much so that surfing is the official sport of the state of California. We're bringing an incomparable collection that has been housed in a remote warehouse in San Clemente to the heart of downtown Laguna, into a building that has literally been vacant a third of my life. This has been a dream of Dick Metz, the inspiration for the movie Endless Summer, and the founder of Surfing Heritage, who at 95, if you've met him, is still going very strong and learned to surf in the 40s with the early pioneers Hebs McClellan and Whitey Harrison behind his dad's burger joint, which was the broiler right on where Main Beach is sitting today. Laguna is the home of Hobie Alter, Jeff's dad, and is the place where Hobie revolutionized the sport of surfing in the 50s and 60s. Laguna is a home of where a local kid named Tom Morey developed the first boogie board, where Fred Wardy had a surfboard factory 200 feet from here, where the farmers market is today. Laguna is the home of the nation's longest continuously running surf contest, the Brook Street Classic. We're buying this property. It'll never be vacant again. It'll be the permanent home for what is commonly considered in the industry as the Smithsonian of surfing. This is a game-changing move for surfing heritage and will be a huge windfall for the town of Laguna Beach. It's not just another surf museum. Just as Cooperstown, New York is synonymous with the Baseball Hall of Fame, Laguna Beach going forward will be known as the home to the greatest collection of the sport of surfing on the planet. So that's my little spiel. But I had one little question would it be possible, because, we're going to do events here. We have to do events to be sustainable. It's not going to be a mammoth event center, but we do need to do something like that. Would it be possible, would it be within your purview to say, at this point, we could do X number of TUP events per year, just globally, rather than having to come back, resubmit each time? At the ranch, we've done that with tents and things like that, and it's just a little bit laborious for what it is we're trying to do. I don't know that, George and Susan made a great point. We're the only building that actually has parking. And we're probably we're definitely less intense than a restaurant. Another great point by Steve. And I'm just wondering if that's a possibility to give us a little bit more flexibility without having to circle back here each and every time. Maybe not, and if so, then we'll just do it. But just curious.
We'll inquire with staff and see
Okay.
what they say about that. Okay, any questions for the applicants at this point? Commissioner Kellenberg?
Well, I think Mark answered my question. I was curious about the economic business model, because museums are notorious for having issues in terms of economic long-term viability. Maybe you could just talk about that. I mean, how does it work? How does it keep its doors open over the long term?
Well, that's a great question. So part of that calculus is the U.S. Bank, right? We're buying the building, including the bank, so the bank's rent will, help offset our overhead going forward. We do pretty damn well with donations. We're anticipating making this a free ticket. We're not going to charge admission, certainly not going to charge admission for locals, but our model going right in is just free admission, period. We do very well with donations. Once people come inside and see what it is, they gleefully grab their wallets and drop money into our little bucket even in the San Clemente building. But we want it also to be a cultural hub where people come and hang out a little bit. So that is, entailing the little beer and wine bar there. And we do anticipate doing, maybe corporate events, things like that, which will certainly help offset overhead. Because knowing a lot of people in that world, to be able to have a corporate meeting or a wedding or anything like that in the middle of the greatest surfing collection on the planet, I think will be pretty attractive.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you. I think it's going to be a incredibly successful, event space based on my own observations. So thanks for that.
I have a question.
Sure.
Well, except spaces are tight.
Quick, do you currently do any events or alcohol, beer and wine at the current museum?
We do. We don't have an in-house license down there, but we just do beer and wine. And it's not like it's a bar.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it's just a refreshment for when we do have events. But we're constantly doing things. We had a celebration of the Fletcher family just recently. We had a book signing just the other day. We've had Greg McGillivray down there for his films. We've had, the history of surf travel. I mean, we have a lot of stories to tell. It's not one or two stories to tell. We have hundreds of stories. So we're going to have a permanent collection in one area, but then the rest of it will be rotating. And each time we rotate and bring on a new collection, we'll have some sort of a celebration.
So you have clear precedent that there'll be a lot of activity here. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, we're not concerned about this being successful. It's going to be successful.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I'll open the public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Sure.
Yeah, Morris Skandarian, thanks. And thanks for these guys coming to the table and bringing us something that, as Mark said, building's been vacant for so long. It's It's a joke. So they're saving it, and I think we should do everything we can. I like the idea of having X amount of events a year that they would be authorized to do, and maybe if a condition of valet parking would occur during those events, you could probably double what the parking lot provides in the back, so that'll help offset some of the strain of what impact might be, or off-site parking, but not to come back every time and burden you with a temporary use permit for each event. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other public speakers? Seeing none, anything that you'd like to add?
No, I do actually want to just thank staff, and by staff, I mean the planning staff. Wendy and Anthony have been amazing. The city manager's been amazing. All of the council people, all of you. I must say it was a very pleasant and positive process. They were sending emails on the weekends, late at night. They went above and beyond, and I appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Mark, in terms of special events, do you have kind of a number in your head? And I mean, would it be one?
I mean, ideally, maybe we say 24, just annually, rather than say X monthly, just
I see.
24 annually would be great.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and staff, Wendy or Anthony, if you'd like to, have you thought about that? I don't know, has there been any discussions about that and whether or not there's any opportunity to work out some sort of compromise where they didn't have to come back in for each individual temporary use permit?
Yes, thank you, Chair Sadler. There have been conversations early on throughout the application process and the review. The way that the condition number 25 is drafted is that because the director can approve a temporary use permit application for 5 days or less for an event. And so the thought was that if they wanted to host an event that was greater than 153 fixed seats or an assembly area of greater than 1785 square feet, then that would be one option. However, if they wanted to come back and have the commission approve some type of, where they would have a transportation and parking plan in place, where they incorporate maybe shuttles or things like that. I think they just didn't have the time right now to propose that. And so at this point, we were proposing, given that there is an existing parking lot with the 51 spaces, this was the best that we could accommodate at this time.
Okay.
So just so I understand what you're saying, in order to do this, they have to come back.
If they want to host events with a larger.
Just to be clear, there is a director level temporary use permit application for an event that's 5 days or less in duration, as Wendy had mentioned. So for these one-off events, as they are planned, the applicant can certainly make those applications and we can review them at the staff level. Now, if we're continuing to process director level TUPs on a very regular basis, we would want to, at some point, work with the applicant to return to you to approve the long-term plan to accommodate these larger occupancy special events. As part of your consideration, there would be information presented to address the parking demands and/or transportation demands for these special events. And we have had preliminary conversations with the applicant team about such an application, should they choose to pursue it. But for now, city staff is certainly open to processing director level TUPs, understanding that this is not going to be an everyday occurrence.
Is there a comparable type facility in terms of the number, many special events that occur that we can look towards for precedent? I can't think of anything.
Rivian is the one that comes to mind, but that's a rather unique situation, which is because of the amount of grandfathered parking at that location.
So as long as they don't exceed the granted number of square feet and tables, chairs, they can hold a special event.
That is correct, without any additional approvals. That is part of the application before.
Could have some music in there, could have.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So a lot of flexibility there.
So it's just this parking standard that's got us kind of caught between a rock and a hard spot right now, right?
Correct. And staff didn't want to say absolutely no to special events. So what we did is we worked backwards and determined how large the events could scale to while still complying with the city's parking regulations.
So as Mark said, if if you wanted to slate up to 24 events a year at some point, as you work through this, working with the applicant again, that potentially at some point they could come back and modify this CUP, I guess, to allow for that to happen without having to constantly go get administrative TUPs.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure. Commissioner Kellenberg.
Yeah, just for clarification, it's like 100, so they have, as of right, as many events as they want, as long as it doesn't exceed a certain number of people, right? Was that 150? Is that what I heard?
153.
That is correct.
153. Yeah, so they could 153 event all day long, and they don't have to do anything. Now, this square footage thing bothers me, though. If you have 153 people and it's spread all over the 5,324 square feet, does it matter that it's not within the smaller square footage that you identify? I mean, what is the validity or the value of pinning the people into a sub area of the floor plate of the building? Which is what it sounds like you're suggesting.
So the parking requirement in the code identifies assembly area, a parking requirement for an assembly type use as 3 fixed seats or 35 square feet of gross floor area. So that's how we came to the 153 fixed seats or an assembly area of the 1,785.
But that's just a that's just a use to calculate a constrained area as to the number of people. But if that same number of people spreads out over a larger area, it doesn't require any more parking, right?
No, as long as they have the 153 fixed seats, and they did provide in their application a couple floor plan examples of how the type of seating would be for a banquet style versus a theater style of type of event.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay. Where are we at with this now? Everybody's spoken. We close the public hearing. You've answered our questions. I'll go on to commissioner comment. Commissioner Kellenberg, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm so excited. You guys, Mark, when I heard about this, I just about had a cardiac arrest. This is the coolest thing that's happened to this town, as you said, for a long time. This has been such a problem, this building, for so long. And I just am so excited that you all put your heads together and figured this out, and then stepped up and bought the building to give it a financial, sort of underpinning, so that it's not going to, pay some big rent or something if it can't afford to. So I can't express my excitement about this enough. I'm obviously very supportive.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Goldman.
Can't add much to that. Great project. It's going to be great for the city. Really will help towards revitalizing. I can't think of anything but full support for this.
Commissioner Whiten.
Yeah, what I like is also it'll bring another age group here, which isn't very large at the moment. And a member of my family says, "Wow, why would I come down here? It's stagnant." And I told him what was going on, and he's very excited. And I think the whole gang of that age level of surfers here in Laguna, it's really fabulous because it also harkens back to our heritage. And it's an example of, breaking the stagnation, actually doing a project, seeing a project built pretty quickly and open. And it'll be open in time for the Olympics, which is big news also. So really, thank you and good luck.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yeah, I can't add a lot more to that. I mean, I've been here a long time too, and I've seen that, you know, I was always excited when Sprouts was there, you know, but you know, that's been a long time ago, you know, but to see this building finally get activated is like, it's like such a home run for this town, not to mention, you know, the cultural heritage of the origins of surfing and surfwear brands that were started in Laguna and everything else. So it's just a home run, and I you know, everybody should be thanking you guys profusely for making this happen. So I just want to make one other comment. This is kind of related to the parking thing, is that, you know, we seem to run into these parking roadblocks constantly when we're reviewing commercial projects in this town, and especially the restrictive parking requirements in the DSP area. And I hope at some point that we can take a look at those and update it for the times we're living in, because you know, there could have been a moment where, you know, for some weird reason, you know, calculating the formula and the parking and everything else, that, you know, it could have been like, well, we can't make this happen. And that would be so tragic to me. So I hope that at some point we can really take a hard look at our parking requirements all over this town for commercial projects, and see if we can figure out a easier way and less restrictive way of allowing, you know, really cool businesses to be part of this community. So that's my comment.
Thank you. And I agree with my fellow commissioners. It's all my time on the planning commission, there's, you know, been a few proposals and projects that have been proposed that have just, you know, been really monumental and just game changing, like you said, and just, and you know, I think of this, I think of, you know, what Rivian did with the movie theater, and, you know, it's just great to see some of this happen. You know, the space itself, you know, thanks Mark for meeting me down there, and the interior, you know, once it got all opened up, it's just a great space, and it's just structurally pretty interesting and stunning. So it's I think it's going to be a perfect spot for this. And you know, regarding the parking, it just sounds like, you know, that staff tried the best they could to work out something, but it sounds like you're just going to have to kind of go with the way the resolution is currently written, see you know, how that goes, and then, you know, if in the future you're able to arrange a more detailed parking plan, you know, whether it be with valet or shuttles or whatever, you know, come back in and we'll certainly look at that. But yes, I'm supportive as well. Would somebody please make a motion?
I move that we adopt a resolution approving conditional use permit 25-0884 and a coastal development permit 25-0885, and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman?
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg?
Absolutely.
Chair Sadler?
Yes. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, good luck. Okay, we'll give staff a minute here to change over. Right, let me know when you guys are ready. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 5.3, which is a request for design review, coastal development permit, a conditional use permit, and a sign permit. The applicant is the city of Laguna Beach. And this is commonly referred to as the Fire Station number 4 replacement. Tom, will you be presenting this for us tonight? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sadler and Planning Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Tom Perez. I'm the city engineer with the City of Laguna Beach. And with me, I have our architect from BBK, Bruce O. I will say so some of the subcommittee has worked directly with Callie, and he planned to be here tonight, but a medical issue precluded that. So I appreciate your understanding in advance. But we're in good hands. So as mentioned, item number 5 is the design review, coastal development permit, conditional use permit, and sign permit for the Fire Station 4 replacement in South Laguna. The proposed project site is at 31796 Coast Highway, which is the corner of Coast Highway and 5th Avenue. The area is within the South Laguna Village Commercial Zone, and the proposal is to construct a fire station that would house 3 full-time firefighters, 2 ambulance operators, and would be planning for future addition of a 4th firefighter as we see that trend coming. We're actually making that change right now at Station 1. The site access along 5th Avenue will be the fire engine and paramedic ingress, the employee vehicle ingress and egress, and along Coast Highway will be the fire engine and the paramedic egress. So just some background on this project. In September of 2022, the City Council approved the acquisition of the site. Later in November of 2022, the council adopted the final ISM&D, which studied a proposed structure of 9,250 square feet. It was also a 2-story structure, which included 10 parking spaces, retaining walls, and 3 apparatus bays, similar to what we see proposed today. In July of 2023, the City Council awarded a contract to PBK to begin work on the fire station. Some quick looks here at the existing site. It's a previous site of dental offices. It's a single-story building with over 20 parking spaces. So just looking the view here from Coast Highway and from the intersection of Coast and 5th, you get an idea of the existing layout of the site. These photos are looking from Virginia Way towards Coast Highway and along Virginia Way. So as I mentioned, the existing site consisted of that single-story building and was predominantly paved with the AC parking lot. So in October of 2023, staff met with residents from South Laguna, and we discussed the layout that I showed just a few slides before. Based on that meeting, we heard feedback to move the 2-story element away from the corner. So we did accordingly reorient the entire building. We'll see that later. We were asked to consider views, so we looked at ways to terrace the building height, and that's what we'll see. We have the 1-story, the apparatus bay, and then the 2-story. We were also asked to keep mechanical equipment off the roof. Unfortunately, it's not possible to keep everything off the roof, but we have tried our best to consolidate it and minimize the space on the roofs. And we were asked also to screen walls, the large retaining walls with the building and vegetation. And so as part of the design, moving the building adjacent to that largest wall, the building itself is blocking the majority of that wall. We were asked to consider entering from Virginia Way. After extensively looking at that, it was deemed not feasible because of grade issues, inefficient use of the site, and so we deemed that to be not feasible. The other item being that Virginia is a very narrow roadway. We were also asked, it was actually told that the fire department had to be a pivotal role in the design. And so with that in mind, we had regular design meetings with the fire department. And I have representatives here tonight who would say they do approve this layout and it works for their proposed operation. We were asked at that meeting to use the photo on the right as a design sample. We did that, presented our interpretation, and we're asked to revisit, and I'll get into some of that history. The next outreach meeting we had was in September of 2024, where we laid out, as you see, the building on the right. It was a blank slate, white building, but showed kind of the architectural style. At that meeting, we were asked to relocate the restrooms. So we incorporated that into the design by moving the doors away from the corner. We were asked to move the second floor of the building back, and that's part of where we see the second floor is offset approximately 7 feet for that deck along Coast Highway. We were asked to remove parking on Fifth, but there are no restrictions required. We have the proposed driveways. We don't have an issue there. We were asked to look at line of sight, and again, that was part of pulling the building in this rendering, the angle at the corner to improve the line of sight at that corner. We were told there the community is not supportive of a full traffic signal at that Fifth and Coast Highway intersection. That's not part of our proposal. And we were asked to have the aesthetics reflect the neighborhood and a possible mid-century with wood cantilevers. I'll discuss that, has since changed. And then we were asked to set the building back to the rear of the site. And we looked into that, and again, we determined that not to be feasible because this operation requires that we have the pull-through for the fire apparatus and the ambulance. In addition, just looking at different configurations, it just gets very difficult keeping the living quarters continuous with the apparatus bay for the firefighters and ambulance operators to decrease their response time to the extent possible. In March, or on March 19, 2025, staff brought this proposal forward to the Planning Commission. At that meeting, the Planning Commission voted to continue the project to May 21st, which is where we are tonight. At that meeting, the Planning Commission also established a Planning Commission working group, which consisted of Commissioner Dubin and Commissioner Goldman. Some of the key comments that we received at the March meeting were to conduct additional public outreach, reduce the building height, reduce massing, look at all wall-mounted lights. So that was particularly in the parking area where we were previously proposing pole-mounted lights. We were asked to revisit the roof line of the building and to revisit the need for and the location of the restrooms at the corner. So following that meeting on April 3rd, there was an on-site outreach meeting. There was a great turnout. We had roughly 50 residents sign in, a lot of good discussion at that meeting. And one of the things we did at the meeting is we put a board that we called the Inspiration Board. And we allowed attendees to place dots next to the photos that they felt most represented what they would like to see in this design. The photo that is shown here was provided to me by local architect Morris Skandarian, and this did have the majority of the dots placed on it. And I just want to point out the color of the dots didn't have any special meaning. So it was all dots were created equal. So this was overwhelmingly the most favored design at that meeting. Additional comments we received were to lower the ceiling heights. The original proposal had 10-foot ceilings. We have revised that to 9-foot ceilings. We were asked to move the retaining wall 5 feet north. We have looked at that with our geotechnical engineer, and the proposal in front of you moves that retaining wall 3 feet north. There was some concern with the proximity of the adjacent structure near the top of that slope, so our proposed design moved it 3 feet north. Along with that, we were asked to move the entire building 5 feet north. After looking at that, the proposal in front of you tonight shows the building location remaining in the same place. And I will discuss that a little further on. We were asked to increase building articulation. So we looked at the single-story corner of the building. Now our design has a step back, so it breaks up that corner, gives a little different appearance than what was previously the chamfered 45-degree angle at the corner. This maybe was one of the biggest discussions we heard several times, was to rethink the restrooms. There was a lot of debate. I think we had a show of hands that was roughly 50-50 whether we should have restrooms or not. I will state that restrooms have been a part of this project from inception. It was a critical component for the city council, which is why it was included. So we've taken steps to really reorient that side of the building, put the restrooms in a way to where they're easily accessible, but they are not highly visible. We were also asked to minimize the roof equipment. As I mentioned before, we've made steps to really consolidate it, place it as tight against the next level of the building to really minimize that area and move the screening along with it. We were asked to reconsider the building orientation. We were provided a sketch by resident Ann Christoph, which looked at a different building orientation, moving it to the back and requiring a pull-in and back-in option. Again, we reviewed that and stated that we are keeping with the pull-through and the orientation we have tonight. We were asked to remove trees from the perimeter to improve views for the residents behind and to the side of us. So with that change, with that comment, we removed the trees on 3 sides of the building. So there's no longer trees against the building on Fifth Avenue. We removed the trees along Virginia and also along the northerly property line between the 2 structures. We were asked to change the slope of the roof. There was a concern the metal roof was aiming light right at the adjacent neighbor. We took a look at that. Rather than angling or pitching the roof in the other direction, we've proposed a flat roof. And part of that also was in an attempt to lower the building and reduce massing. There was discussion about the type of doors. After going through this with the fire department and other folks, we've landed on bifold doors that will be opening outward, and that will be seen in some of the renderings. And then finally, as I discussed before, following the community preferred style. So we really took and used that sketch as inspiration and tried to hold real tight to what we saw there. Following that meeting, we had several working group meetings, which included the commission working group members and also what were termed the ground zero residents. So that included some of our immediate neighbors and also some additional residents from the community. In those meetings, some of the further revisions, we received the request to include board form walls. So we included that in 2 locations of the building and tried to incorporate those textures and colors. We were asked to relocate the flagpole, which we were able to do. to improve the fence aesthetically. So before we had the perimeter fence, we've revised that to an iron fence with horizontal pickets, and then the sliding gate is a combination of wood and iron gate. The metal accents, the vertical and horizontal accents that you see on the building, we were asked to reduce the thickness. They were previously 2 foot 8 inches. It's been reduced to 2 foot. We were asked to lighten the color. Originally, we were proposing a dark charcoal. The color now is a rusted metal color that we're proposing for those accents. And we were asked to reduce the size of the wall on Coast Highway. That was the wall that was in front of the entry. And so what we've done is, rather than having that just be a straight wall, we've stepped it down to follow the contours. So that reduces the visibility from Coast Highway. And then finally, in order to break up some of the massing on Fifth Avenue, we were asked to add clear story windows along Fifth Avenue. And so we've done that by adding windows into the weight room. So that brings us now to our proposed site plan. Again, we're looking at a total building size of 8,367 square feet. We maintain the same setbacks, so 5 foot 4 inches from Fifth Avenue, 55 feet 7 inches from Virginia Way, 12 feet 4 inches from the northerly property line, and 10 feet along Coast Highway. And we maintain the 10 parking spaces. Looking at this layout, some of the more significant changes, again, is the location of the retaining wall and a separation of the building and the retaining wall to provide a 3 foot access way between the building and the wall. The other item being, as I mentioned, the steps at the corner, which provide additional opportunity for landscape and public art. So looking at the building finishes, as we've talked about, the proposed retaining wall will be a system where we'll have wood lagging with shotcrete face, and that face would be finished to simulate the concrete wall panels that are being proposed. And then on the smaller retaining walls, we would be using the split face gray CMU block. For the building front, we've incorporated the wood elements, so we're still proposing the same wood siding applied on the building. We have the various paint colors, and then the metal finish, as I mentioned, is going to be a rusted metal finish, color finish. And then our sign permit, we're using aluminum letters, 12-inch font that would be mounted on the building. So looking at the building elevations, as you see in the west building elevation, we have flattened the roof. We've brought the roof line down. We eliminated, but if you recall, above the apparatus bay, there was an outdoor deck. We removed that, which allowed us to then reduce the amount of screening on that deck and really reduce the massing above the apparatus bay. That was one of the major changes in that view. And when you see the east building elevation, again, one of the major changes there was the addition of the windows on the weight room. I'm looking at the south building, again, along Fifth Avenue. We've added the clear story windows on Fifth Avenue. We're showing the revised gate and fence structures. Again, on the north building elevation, you see the majority of the building is covered by the wall, or the wall by the building, but that provides a view there. For the proposed landscape, we've kept the same landscape palette. The perimeter, we're looking at using low water and native shrubs and grasses. When I discuss the art, one of the major components, discussions with with our arts coordinator was to allow the artists to design that corner, incorporating the landscape and the art together. So again, the theme here, the plant list, is to have a low water usage and, low maintenance. We're not, again, proposing the trees around the perimeter. So the trees that we do propose along Coast Highway, we are proposing the Chitalpa trees. And at the back of the building where the weight room is located, we had an opportunity to add a tree, and we're proposing a desert willow tree. For the site lighting, as I mentioned, we were asked to eliminate pole-mounted signs, pole-mounted lights. All the lighting fixtures that we are proposing are all dark sky friendly or aimed towards the ground. So along the perimeter in the parking lot, we're proposing the type SASD, which will be mounted on the wall, aiming the light down. In the area between the retaining wall and the building, we're proposing the type SF, which is basically for the path lighting through that area. And all the covered entries, so we have this at the front entry, at the restroom, and at the back entry to the building. We have the typical can lights, which would be shining down and provide lighting as you enter the building. And then around the frontage and the side, we propose the type SB and SE lighting, which again are focused down. And what we have proposed is that all the lighting would be a color 2700 Kelvin, which is more of a softer yellowish type color rather than a bright white. With our sign permit, again, we're proposing the 12-inch font, cast aluminum letters to identify this as Laguna Beach Fire Station number 4. The sign is 22 feet 9 inches long. It's non-illuminated, and it fits within our allowable square footage. The public art, this project, pending approval tonight, is scheduled to be presented to the Arts Commission on June 9th, and we would then have a call for artists. After discussing this with staff, really, they're excited about this project. They see an opportunity, as I mentioned, to really incorporate the art into the landscape at the corner of 5th and Coast. So the ask to me was to allow that to be a blank slate, so to speak, for the artists to use the plant palette that we have, but incorporate the art and really make that flow together. They are looking at the potential to have a sculpture as well as art on the building. So we could look at something mounted on the walls in addition to a sculpture. I didn't show it as a bullet point, but I was asked by the staff not to include a tree at that corner because it would really limit the proposed art at that corner. And so again, pending the June 9th meeting, we would find out more of what the Arts Commission would approve and go out to that call for artists. Two of the biggest, I'll categorize them that way, outstanding issues that were left following the series of meetings we had in the last 60 days were the building location, first off. There is concern from city staff and our geotechnical engineer of moving the proposed retaining wall any closer to the property line. As I mentioned, we've gone 3 feet. So that's how we landed on the wall location. We also saw a big benefit in having the space between the wall and the building. It eliminates any potential issues with water intrusion into the building. That's more of a long-term issue. It also, by having the separation, allows us to incorporate windows into the side of the building, bring some natural light into the building. So those were the reasonings when we reviewed this. Even taking the cost out of the equation, there was some benefit there, and reason we kept that space. The image that I have to the right was provided. This kind of gives an idea of what could potentially happen as far as sliding the building over. So that would take and move the entire building up against the wall. In this image here, it's contemplating 5 feet. So that was one of the things that we were asked to look at. The other item was the 2-story building height. We were asked, today we're proposing a building height of 26 feet, which came down from 28 feet 2 inches, is now a total height of 26. And we've been asked to bring that down to 24 feet. And by doing, in order to achieve that, we would be looking at bringing the ceiling height from 9 feet down to 8 feet. And that was something that we, city staff, architect reviewed that in conjunction with staff who would be occupying this building, and we just did not feel that was appropriate. We also had concerns that during final design and construction, that 8 feet could potentially be lessened to 7.5 feet or something, because we have to accommodate for so much equipment between floors. So that's where our proposal was left. Those were those 2 outstanding issues that we reviewed, and we debated and ultimately proposed leaving the space between the wall and the building and keeping the building height at 26 feet with that 9-foot ceiling height. We did, however, commit that if there was any opportunity through final design, whether it was 1 inch, 1/2 inch, we committed we'll do everything we can to bring down 26 feet. We're just very concerned. I feel, it may be disingenuous to say, yeah, we can do 24, and only to find out that it's going to be 25'9". So again, we're committed to do everything we can bring it down. But we'd be hard pressed to be able to say here tonight that we could have a building 24 feet. With that, the recommendation before you tonight is to adopt a resolution approving the design review, coastal development permit, conditional use permit, and sign permit, and find no subsequent environmental review is needed pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15162. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tom. Are there any commissioner questions for the applicant, Tom? Oh, and yeah, is there any commissioner disclose? Actually, we don't have to disclose, I don't think, for the city project.
Okay.
Or do we?
Chair, we still should, yes.
Okay, yes, go ahead with disclosures.
Obviously met with Tom Perez many times, city engineer, Commissioner Goldman, and all the other stakeholders and neighbors quite a number of times since our last regular commission meeting where we first looked at this project.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Or any other disclosure?
I have the same disclosure as George, except I met with George instead of myself, but all the rest are the same.
Commissioner Kellenberg, any disclosures?
No disclosures.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Questions now.
I have a few questions. We haven't seen a materials board. Is there a materials board?
Not a physical, no, just what was on the screen.
I would have to ask why we don't have a materials board. It's a standard part of any submittal. Is a Public Works project exempt from providing that?
No, that's a fair question. The reason really is we were still debating materials last week, and we're not able to source them.
But you have narrowed it down to some choices.
Yes.
Which would have been good to see here tonight. I mean, we're trying to.
Anthony, do you want to add something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention that there is no code requirement for the presentation of physical materials in order to present a design review application for consideration. So the application before you does meet minimum requirements. Now, granted, it is typical for applicants to either paint color swatches or present physical materials. In this case, in light of the discussions that have been evolving as recently as last week, final selections weren't made until last week, and therefore there wasn't that ability to secure physical samples.
Thank you. I think it's disappointing. I guess that I'll leave it there. My second question has to do with the environmental report, and this is an M&D. But my understanding is from that the M&D was done based on a different site plan. In fact, the building was rotated 90 degrees. And that in that document, there was language about undesirable egress onto Coast Highway. This is a completely different site plan, and there are now 3 driveways that exit onto Coast Highway. Why wouldn't this need additional environmental review?
Shweta Sharma, Senior Planner presenting. I will address the CEQA related question. So pursuant to section 15162 that Tom referenced in a reference to the previous adoption of the initial study mitigated negative declaration that was adopted by the council as part of the original scope of work, state CEQA guidelines requires a follow-up initial study mitigated negative declaration only when there are substantial changes to the proposed project that would require major revisions or the involvement of new significant environmental effects that would substantially increase the severity of the previously identified significant effects. If there are substantial changes that occur with respect to the circumstances under which the project is undertaken, or a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects. And thirdly, if there has been new information of substantial importance that was not known or that was identified in the previous initial study, CEQA guidelines look at a project's environmental impacts relative to baseline conditions. Because this project involves the replacement of the existing fire station, most of the impacts are negligible. The only changes that are materially different is the egress. However, that would not constitute a significant environmental impact because that amounts to 3 daily trips over a 24-hour period. And in terms of the transportation criteria, the VMT would not change because, again, this project is simply replacing the existing fire station. So under CEQA analysis, there are no significant impacts that are different from the proposed project that was previously analyzed in the initial study.
The fire station is currently in a different location. And so this is actually a new location for the fire station. And whatever the environmental analysis related to traffic and the existing station, that's a different matter. This changing the orientation of the building is a significant change. It's not a superficial change. And particularly when the document was clear that about the egress onto Coast Highway, that it shouldn't happen, and that under that evaluation, the egress was for an employee driveway. This has got the emergency vehicles exiting now onto Coast Highway. Now, maybe that's okay, but we haven't actually seen the evidence of that.
Certainly. So in terms of the existing fire station, it's located approximately 600 feet from the proposed location. And in terms of analysis for the initial study, the impacts to the roadways would not materially change because we're looking at vehicle miles traveled. So the fire station moving 600 feet away would not create any difference in terms of vehicle miles traveled with relationship to the project that's being proposed. There is a general plan policy that discourages but doesn't state that egress is not, additional driveways are not allowed or egress is not allowed on Coast Highway. because this is operationally a fire station, of course, operational standards would supersede that. And if there is no prohibition, it's just discouraged to have access off of new vehicular access off Coast Highway. In taking into consideration the need of the fire station, the operational needs, there was a decision originally to move forward with a project that wouldn't necessitate egress or ingress or egress of the fire trucks from Coast Highway. However, meeting with the fire department, that necessitated that revision, and the city, there is no prohibition. And in terms of CEQA impacts, again, it would just be the 3 average daily trips that, again, would not constitute a significant or substantial environmental impact that hasn't been previously analyzed.
The other comment I would make about this is that the traffic at that location is very intense, and it's just increases exponentially, it seems, every summer. And now with the Surf Museum, it'll be more. The traffic around the existing station, and I used to live in that neighborhood, is nil. It's 2 completely different contexts for traffic. So my comment is, I think it needs to be reconsidered, both because of the site plan and because of the location. Okay, I'll move on.
Maybe, if you'll allow me, Chair, to briefly add
please.
on to Shweta's response. It's true that the initial study evaluated a different ingress-egress to and from the site relative to the project before you for entitlement approval. The fire engine ingress that was analyzed in the initial study was along Coast Highway. And that ingress maneuver, and perhaps Tom can clarify this, just based on what I've observed here at City Hall Fire Station 1, it's typically a multi-point turn. It requires that traffic be stopped in both directions for a certain amount of time. And I think operationally, it was determined that the fire department can provide a more effective, more timely response in an emergency, which is, of course, critical for this type of a facility, if fire engines were able to egress onto Coast Highway. Tom, let me know if I'm misspeaking here, but I believe the maneuver to enter the site from Coast Highway perhaps may more greatly impact vehicular traffic on Coast Highway than the maneuver to exit Coast Highway, just based on how the vehicle needs to be oriented to enter back into the station.
Right, with the fire engines being the long vehicle, there was concern of potentially having the engine hanging out into the roadway as it's pulling in. So there were concerns there. Again, exiting the site onto Fifth Avenue and then onto Coast Highway just introduces an additional turning movement to make their emergency response. Whereas being located and having their egress directly onto Coast Highway, that puts them right on the street. There was a lot of discussion about having that issue of getting out of the driveway and then similarly being stuck at the intersection.
What is the Caltrans safety beacon?
So similar to what exists today on Coast Highway, there's a flashing yellow light, which is stating that there is a emergency or fire station ahead.
Okay, and so the existing one would be removed.
Relocated.
The same one would be relocated.
It would be a new version.
A new piece of equipment.
Correct.
Right. Okay. I am having a hard time following the reasoning about not moving the building 5 feet north. In fact, my first reaction was, why not move it further north? I think with today's technology, there isn't an issue with a building wall that's a retaining wall. And the chasm, the 3-foot wide space, it seems dangerous and awkward and, kind of undesigned, unresolved. It seems more practical and efficient use of land area to shift that building at least 5 feet north. So it's also a maintenance issue. Somebody has to go in there and blow the leaves out. So there seems to be real resistance on the part of the city about moving the building. I mean, that's, one of the issues that is boiled down to. So it just doesn't seem logical to me that we wouldn't push for that. But can you maybe help me understand it?
Yeah. So, I've mentioned at the working meetings, I don't disagree, and my architect has not told me that it's not feasible. So we acknowledge it. It is feasible. Our original design showed the building against the retaining wall. So we're not questioning whether or not it's feasible. As you mentioned, there is waterproofing. There's different systems. To move forward with this, we would have likely a specialist design that system. There are potential pitfalls. There are things that can happen, that even the best system down the road could have failures. So looking at this, again, as the building operator, maintainer, steward of the public resources, we're looking at this allows us to eliminate a potential water intrusion issue. Talked to several additional architects, folks in the business. The typical answer I get is, Tom, I would only do that if it's absolutely necessary. So again, we look at this by having that separation. We still will do waterproofing on that retaining wall. I'm not taking that out of the equation. But we will have a finished building on the side. So, from a, practical standpoint of building maintenance and operation, we see that's a clear advantage to have that separation. Some of the other items that we've mentioned, it allows us to introduce windows to provide some light into the building, just access for maintenance personnel getting around. I didn't quite understand the safety issue, but I guess what I would mention is, with the separation, there is a fence at the top. So it's not, left to where it's a fall hazard. That would be something standard. So just looking at it all together, that was our feeling that this ultimately provides the biggest benefit for the city.
Does I thought I read somewhere that the someone has to put a ladder in that space and go up onto the roof. Is that true?
So I met out at the site with the fire marshal to ask, from my first concern was, hey, this provides us access for firefighters around the building. So I met with the fire marshal at the site. We took a look at it. Really, just given the way the site's laid out, Coast Highway on one side, Virginia on the other, the property at a higher elevation. Essentially, they said they would not fight a fire from that side of the building. So access to the roof would come from either the Coast Highway side or the back parking lot side. So just to pull hoses and get access through there. Similarly, that access issue would be actually quite similar whether it was at the bottom or at the top of the retaining wall.
So it serves no functional purpose from the point of view of
For fire safety.
Yeah, for fire safety. Okay. Now, this is probably a question for the architect, and that relates to the second major unresolved issue, which is the height of the building, which, we want it lower. And right now, I think, Tom, what you said was the ceiling heights, and the architect can clarify this, were 10 feet, now they're 9 feet. Why can't they go to 8 feet? That's a question. And then the second question has to do with the duct, the dimension of the ducting space. Because it may not be the case, but when you look at the drawings, it looks like there's quite a lot of space in there. And it's unclear that much space is needed. So a couple more feet would be very helpful and almost a game changer for the upstream residents in terms of their view.
No, it's duly noted. Like Tom mentioned earlier, we're going to try our best. Unfortunately, we're at a stage where we can't do a fully comprehensive engineering design yet to determine those clearances. But once we get to that stage, we'll bring an update to the board and then let you guys know exactly where we're at. We're going to fight for every inch we can. Huh?
Explain what the space is.
Yeah, so, as you know, essential services building requires more stringent requirement on structures. So, from a minimum between the floor and the ceiling height, you have an 18 inches of structural beams. Below that, you have a minimum of cavity, maybe 12 inches left for any duct and piping that you can run. And then if you start adding up the math, that kind of brings you down to where we're at right now. We can bring it down lower, but there could be a chance where it might be even lower than 8. And this is where we don't want to get into in that area.
So if I could jump in on that same thing, so we're at 26 feet currently, and you have 9-foot ceiling heights. So that, I'm not a math genius, but the two-story ceiling room heights take up 18 feet of space. You've got another 8 feet of, 4 feet in between the first and second floor, and then another 4 feet on top of that for all the duct work and mechanical and everything like that. That seems like a lot to me. Like if you reduce the ceiling height to 8 feet, you're still going to have 4-foot spaces between the first and second floor, and then also on the roof. Am I deluding myself here?
We also have the parapet wall above the floor, above the roof.
So it's 4 feet?
The parapet there is, I believe it's 2 feet.
2 feet.
Yeah, so to answer your question, when we reduce it down to 9, essentially the cavity, you about 1.5 plus 1, and then you have another 6 inches for the actual ceiling and the light fixtures. So you got to accommodate all of that. The sandwich spaces over there, you're looking at, 3 feet probably. That's going to be jam packed. And with that, you're going with, kind of the current ceiling or proposed ceiling we have. And if we're going to try to lower it, we will try, but we just can't. Like Tom mentioned, unless we actually calc out everything, you just never know, what that ceiling height may be until we're actually at that stage for the engineering part.
Go ahead, Susan.
No.
I think one just general statement I would make about that, if we're going to lose building height, it's not going to be in the structure. It's not going to be in that space between floors or the roof. So it really comes down to the ceiling height. That's why we're focused on that.
What's the reluctance to just drop it down to 8 feet?
Again, this being a commercial building and, just trying to provide that height for, the staff. And as we mentioned, that concern is a real concern that if we set that baseline at 8 feet, that there is very extreme high likelihood that it's going to be less than that.
Why?
So as Bruce was mentioning, we have a lot of things that we're stuffing into that space. So between the lighting, the duct work, just cabling, different things in that ceiling, it just makes it very, very difficult. And there's inevitably a time where a change is made during either in final design or in construction. It's kind of.
But when you're talking about, you're saying you're going to have this floor system, and then you're going to have this space below that to run all this, utilities and everything else. Have you thought about or looked into? I mean, what if the actual structure, the floor system itself, was say, like open web trusses or something like that would allow a lot of that ductwork or material or other things to run through the floor system itself?
You want to talk about that?
Yep. So again, when we get to that stage, we definitely can basically see if that's a viable option or not. But unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. So we can try to fight every single inch we can. 8 feet ceiling is basically just a foot taller than a door. For a firefighter, when he raises his hand, he would just touch that easily. It's just stuff just to think about and understand. We heard everything. We heard from the neighbors. We heard from the users, and we're trying to be the best we can, trying to find that balance. Maybe it can be 8.5, but I just can't, right now and put on paper that it's going to be definitely that until we engineer it out.
Are you guys able to bring up specific sheets from the plan set? I'm looking at the sheet A 4.3, which is the cross section going through the building, and trying to understand what's driving this ultimate 26-foot height. I understand what you're talking about, the floor system and all that, but this section, it's helpful because it shows a red dashed line which indicates what was previously proposed. And it shows that in certain areas of the building, there's substantial reduction in the overall height. In other areas, not so much. And as I look at that section, so over a portion of the parapet goes over the apparatus base itself, right? And it seems to be showing in that section that what's being created is kind of this mechanical well on top of the roof of the apparatus bays. And I see this stairway going up from the second floor up there, which I guess its sole purpose is to access that mechanical area.
Yes.
Because of that, it looks like it pops up the roof a little bit over those stairs, probably to get minimum head clearance or something. So, and then it looks like that bit of the flat roof that's over the stairs there is that what's setting the height at 26? It's not? Okay. And if some other access way was some other way to access that mechanical area, has that been looked into? And
in fact, if you take that mechanical well out, it still wouldn't change the fact on the left-hand side we have two stories, 2 floors, you have 2 attic spaces. That's gonna stay the same. That's the common denominator there.
Okay.
If I could provide a quick clarification. So to your point of some areas being more than others, the biggest change above the apparatus bay was the elimination of the deck. That's what allowed us to really push everything over to the side. So that's why you see the biggest change there.
Right.
So Kane, can I slip a question in here?
Sure.
Since we're on this, I was going to bring up this exact same drawing because it's very revealing. And my question to the architect is that the dashed red line is where we were before, for the bulk of the living 2-story living area and function area, and we took 2 feet off of that by going from 10 to 9, but yet the top of the building didn't go down any. In fact, it actually went up, on the left-hand side. I'm just curious why, if we took 2 feet off, the interior space, the actual height of the parapet didn't go down 2 feet, because all those same issues relative to structure and ducting and so forth were also true on the previous plan.
We reversed the slope of the roof, and by doing so, we need to return the roof on the other side, and therefore there's a little, it kind of bump up a little bit higher on the north side, but overall it did went down.
Look at the building, if you look at it in the center, it's exactly the same place. I understand, I get what you're saying. The slope of the roof is different. But right in the middle of that building, it's exactly the same height it was before you reduced the ceiling height by a foot on two levels.
With the sloped
So why
roof,
didn't it go down? Why didn't the massing of the building drop 2 feet?
with the
doesn't look like it
sloped
did.
roof, there was no parapet.
So you're saying, Tom, that the slope is above the parapet?
No, when we had the sloped metal roof, there was not a parapet wall above it.
So the parapet is taken up. The advantage of of reducing the interior space by a foot has been offset by adding a parapet.
Well, and you mentioned, Bruce, earlier, the parapet is 2 feet tall. Why couldn't it be 1 foot tall? What would be the implication of that?
And you can kind of see from the sections, kind of it varies, but I'm saying on the top, I mean the low side is 1 feet, but on the higher side is 2. But you can also see if we didn't really hatch it, but if you look at the red line, all that negative space are actually all additional airspace now we've gained in terms of view, because we've pulled everything back and everything got kind of lowered if you compare it to the red line.
Yeah, exactly, and I want to acknowledge that. I think that's clearly an improvement on the right-hand side, but where we were really struggling was on that massing. Okay, I'm still confused. I guess I understand why, but it seems like that reduction didn't really buy us anything.
No, it did.
Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Goldman?
Yeah, I'm still confused on the parapet. Is the parapet, because it doesn't have implications elsewhere, is that someplace we could just literally find a foot?
I think if I can explain it this way, so because the parapet is horizontal, there's no slope to the top of the parapet, but the roof is sloped for drainage. So as Bruce mentioned, on the high side, the parapet's a foot high, and it gets to the 2 as you move across. I don't know if on that short side or on the high side, if it could be anything less than a foot, but it may be inches.
So what you're saying is the 2 feet are on the lower portion of the building where it's less critical.
Yeah.
Where you could conceivably make that lower, but it's not having the same impact as it would on the high part of the building. I mean, I don't know much about parapets, to be honest with you, but it seems like it's the one that it could provide positive impact on the building without negative impact to the operation of the station. Any way you can, I mean, I don't know how they work. Can you lower them? 6 inch, I mean, that could be a guaranteed 6 inches.
I mean, I guess another way to look at it is if we just make it reverse back into another slope roof similar to before, you can kind of lower that down by 2 feet, without having the parapet. That could still be.
Maybe that's an answer. Does that get us 2 feet on this high part of the building?
That could, if we slope it back the way it is and come down 2 feet. We can look into that if that's.
Well, I mean, is that something that, odds are could be done, or odds are can't be done?
Could be done.
Okay.
And I just would reiterate the reason we went away from that slope was because the concerns on the adjacent neighbor. So shining the light back on that neighbor. So that was one of the major
Well,
comments.
but can you adjust that with the material of the roof?
Yeah, I guess we could make a little bit darker color roof, reflect less.
I don't know, I look to the aesthetics people, this darker roof, poorer aesthetics. It's a roof.
Are you talking about getting away from a flat roof back to a sloped roof?
Yeah. But it sounds like the sloped roof may give us our 2 feet.
I had a conversation with the neighbor there, and there was concern that no matter what color that roof was, so long as it was metal, it was going to create that heat effect. And so that's why we took that serious and went away from it.
So the parapet is there because the mechanical is,
No, I don't think so. Well, that's my other question. Where is the?
what is
Yeah.
the, what is the purpose of the parapet? Is it part of the architectural design?
No, the parapet's for you to return the roofing. So now that the roof is flat, it's not literally flat. It's still sloped to drain. And then when you roll out that roofing, you need something to terminate it.
Why do you need to roll the roofing?
Excuse me?
Why do you need to roll the roofing?
It's just a water detail so that you don't get infiltration.
But 2 feet seems pretty, like a lot.
No, it's only a foot at the high side is because the roof is sloped. So we're saying that the parapet, it's 2 at the worst and then 1 foot at the high side, which is the one that's kind of the.
What's a non-reflective roof material that we could, that eliminates the
moon rocks?
Yeah, so maybe to go back to the question about reducing or why have the roll up. So rolling up on the parapet, that's a standard installation. There was a question along that edge using a gravel stop, which would essentially eliminate that parapet. However, that would be a substantial change visually from what we're showing. So again, what we're proposing here is what we're comfortable and confident with. Another thing, and I think it's worth mentioning, the way this works is, what we've done is that roof actually is in line with the adjacent screening that's above the apparatus bay. So there could be potential, for instance, if we said, okay, we are successful in lowering the roof, we would also bring that screening down to maintain that architecture. And then you could run into an issue where you see the mechanical equipment above the apparatus base. So everything has a give and take.
Sure. Yep.
Any additional questions?
I want to get back to the 5-foot move on the building. I know I sent you that little sketch just to sort of try to articulate what would happen on Fifth Street if that happened. And I know that in our last meeting last Thursday, the architect stated that, that's a possibility, that if there was no actual physical reason why that couldn't happen. So I'm trying to
get closure.
Yeah, I'm trying to just finish that because, if there's no firefighting issue that, they would access the building from either the Coast Highway side or the parking lot side. I'm trying to understand why we're not, talking about that further.
So Commissioner Dubin, this is the sketch you provided. Again, showing along Fifth Avenue with the shift of the building, it would leave that exterior wall of the workout room in the existing proposed location. And so we would have essentially a 5-foot step in the building there. And I'll turn over to you at that point.
Oh, no, it was just, to create some more articulation on the Fifth Street side. It eliminates, building 2 wall, retaining wall, and then the north wall of the building. It just, and it pushes the whole structure further out of the view corridor. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying, that, if the fire department said, that was an absolute no-go for them, then, that's the final word. But I'm trying to understand why we're not thinking about that further. I know it kind of came late in the conversation, but I think it was mentioned, probably 4 weeks ago and never really pursued or discussed further until Thursday, which kind of was late in the game.
Yeah, so when it was brought up, again, the original retaining wall location was set in conjunction with our geotechnical engineer. And so we set that wall where they felt comfortable, by the time you construct the spread footing and do all your excavation, that's what they were comfortable. And so when the question of shifting the building came up and we went back to the geotech engineer, he examined ways of how could he move that wall. And that's where he came back to us and said, hey, there's the ability to move the wall by changing the wall type. And so the revision went to, as I mentioned, the wood lagging and shotcrete wall. And that basically moves the wall in line to what we would have been excavating for a spread footing. So again, that 3-foot shift didn't get all the way to 5, which I acknowledge, but that is what our geotech felt comfortable with. And so we saw that as, again, a real advantage as far as long-term ownership and maintenance. We've looked as staff and working with the architect who, is advising us as far as, best practices. And that's essentially how we landed there.
Aside, Tom, from the water issue, did the geotech tell you that the building couldn't be moved?
No.
They just said it was preferable to keep it at where you are as opposed to going the full.
The geotech really only spoke on the wall location.
Okay.
And again, from a construction standpoint, feasibility, we're not stating that it can't be done. It's more of, what are the potential pitfalls down the road?
Okay.
If I could, there was one other thing I maybe should have mentioned. There was a lot of discussion, maybe it got mixed oftentimes of, by shifting this by shifting this building, it would enable us to lower the building height. And so I just want to clarify that those are two separate items. So by moving the building does not open the doors that now we're able to lower it. And so I know there were some feelings that was the case, that by moving it, it would also lower. So I just wanted to clarify that tonight.
Great, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? Nope.
Not at the moment.
Okay, open the public hearing. Any members of the public who wish to come up, please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Morris Skandarian. While we're on the subject of these 2 items, which I think are the most critical, unless you want to reconsider the location of the building vis-a-vis the initial study and all that, but if we're going to accept that the building is going to be in this location with this drive-through, moving the building 5 feet improves views of neighbors, improves the public view driving down Fifth Avenue. So what are the problems with it? There are no problems with it. If it's done right, it's forever. We do underground parking garages all the time. They're all waterproofed. You're digging into the hill anyway. Just to go back a moment, this site used to be a hill. It used to be 10 or 15 feet tall and went all the way to Fifth Avenue. It got dug out when this dental office was built. It created this almost vertical face facing the neighbor. Now, when you walk out of his side door, he has an immediate cliffhanger fall to the parking lot below. It's a dangerous situation, both geologically and safety. In fact, the section that's shown shows that wall down, shows the grade down. That's inaccurate. Mr. Goldman and I walked up on the property on that sidewalk of the neighbors. We stood there. The stakes are 4 feet higher than where we were standing. If that wall was moved closer to the neighbor, and I'm not saying more than 5 feet, because if you do 5 feet, there remains 7 feet of our property and 3 feet of the neighbor's property. So in that space, you can do a walkway for the fire department, you can do a hedge as a protection, and you don't need another fence on top of the retaining wall for the safety of the neighbor who continues to fall down that cliff and ends up in the canyon that you've just created with the 3-foot shift in the retaining wall. That's what I referred to in my notes to everybody about as the canyon. The canyon is the detached retaining wall, the 3-foot walkway, and then the building. So how is that safer than being able to walk up on the grade and walk right onto the roof if you had to fight the fire from the roof? That's one thing. Then as far as lowering the building, I think we should just say lower the building 2 feet. I think at this point, which we do on all projects, and the architect and with the challenges he's facing, all things considered, he needs to study the structural thickness. It's not arbitrarily 18 inches. These spans are so short, and Ken, you would know this better than anybody. Those spans could take a joist that's 12 inches. The light fixtures could be surface mounted. They don't have to be recessed cans that eat up 6 inches. So if you do the math, you could end up with, at the very least, 8 feet and probably 8.5, if not 9. So that's those 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, could I ask Morris a question?
Sure. Morris, if you'd like to come back up, Commissioner Kellenberg has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Morris, what, as an architect, what is your opinion of not having any natural light in the various function rooms on the ground floor, if we were to do exactly as you recommend?
These aren't sleeping quarters. Many offices are windowless spaces. In fact, you have windows facing Coast Highway, and you'll have windows facing the rear parking lot and the side parking lot. I think given the nature of these rooms, which are stairways, bathrooms, offices, I think there's a conference room, there's a lunch room, there's a breakout room that's up in front facing Coast Highway. If you want to put a skylight in 1 or 2 of them, if that were a consideration, I don't think you need those windows. I wouldn't consider them if I were doing the building. Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. It does. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker. And if after you're done speaking, remember to print your name on the list over there, just so we get the spelling correct for the minutes.
Okay. I think you can remember who I am. My name is Mark Fudge. Good evening to the commission. I had no intention of speaking this evening, and I overheard staff in the presentation that a CEQA document was provided and approved by the city council that had a certain set of parameters, and they found that they could approve a document with a mitigated negative declaration with whatever the parameters they saw fit. When the project arrives here and those parameters have changed, staff would suggest to you that they will make the determination whether it is substantive or not. I believe you are the decision makers, the city council is the decision makers, and staff should stay in their lane and provide the documentation to you and not tell you what the decision is. I find it extremely disingenuous when they declare that it is a minor change that does not need review. That is not their decision to make. It is the people that actually vote on the project. I think all would go better if staff presented the facts and said, these are the options, and let the decision makers make the decision. That's your lane. They need to present, and that's their lane. They do not determine policy. I'm asking for everyone to keep that in consideration on these projects. Thank you very much. Mark Fudge, and I will put my name on your list. I'm not sure where it is any longer, but I'll find it.
Thank you.
And Christoph, I appreciate Commissioner Whiten's comments regarding the circulation. And I'm giving you a copy of the different site plans on the cover of this document I'm sending you. The second pages are things I sent to you yesterday. So it shows that the first version of the plan, and then the present version, and then the bottom is the version that I was suggesting. We have never in a public hearing been able to evaluate whether we want to have the trade-offs involved in making a pull-through feature on the circulation plan. And we have found now the impacts of that pull-through requirement are extensive. And one of the reasons you're spending so much time on the height of this building is that the building is a dam across the view corridor. And the placement of that building is dictated by this pull-through feature. If we have another way to design this building, we could keep the tall parts out of the view and not across the view. And so we should not have to continuously try to compensate for a decision that was really made privately. The commission was never involved in the pros and cons of this pull-through feature, and neither was the public. It was derived in meetings with staff and the fire department, private meetings over a year, where the public was excluded from developing the criteria for this building. And so it's time now to realize that this feature has a lot of impacts. And one of them is the exiting onto Coast Highway, which is not recommended in our general plan. And all the impacts of that. So if you look at the alternative at the bottom, by keeping the streetscape on Coast Highway the way it is and having the entrance and exit off of Fifth, it's a much simpler scheme. The building is pushed back to the north as far as possible. The higher part of the building is further back, which is where you can look over it. You're not looking at it. And so all these things need to be weighed and decide. Our other stations have back-in engines every day. They do it successfully. I've watched them. They're extremely skillful. And I don't think this is something that we need to design the entire station around. It'd be different if, yes, it could easily be done. It doesn't make any difference, but it does. It does make a big difference in how this design is developed. I'd also like to point out that in the discussions with the community, we did not review the material at all. Those need to be much further discussed. And we never reviewed the landscape plan. The landscape plan palette does not relate to the landscape and scenic highways plan palette. And we never got to that point because the substantial parts of this design are presenting huge problems. So I really appreciate the commission's attention to the basic design concept of this and the problems it's presenting. And I hope you will ask for alternative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Thomas. I'm speaking on behalf of South Laguna Civic Association, who sent a letter to you yesterday. I'm just going to pick out some of the highlights. We greatly appreciate your having appointed a subcommittee to address deficiencies of the proposed design for Fire Station 4, and we further appreciate the responsiveness of the subcommittee to our concerns and to the concerns of the neighbors adjacent to the site. Nonetheless, we believe further improvements are possible, and I will talk about 3 of them. You've heard the architect talk about, the topic is reducing the height of the building. You've heard enough. We simply ask that the architects do their utmost to reduce the building height. Second point, the 5 feet. The building could be shifted 5 feet, at least 5 feet, in order to reduce the visual impacts on the views of the uphill neighbors and to provide more of a visual buffer along Fifth Avenue by expanding the area of planting along the south side of the building. We request that the building be moved as far north as possible. The neighbor on the property to the north also supports that position. I believe he's here tonight. I'd like to make a note, not on behalf of South Laguna Civic, but you realize we paid about $400 a foot for this site. And if cost is a part of the issue in terms of the height of the retaining wall, when you're dealing with $400 per square foot land, you're trying to use it efficiently. Whatever you've got to do to the retaining wall to raise it so that you can move the building 5 feet instead of 3 is going to cost a lot less than $400 a running foot. The third point is what Ann just mentioned, the materials. The final determination of materials for the building's facade and the roof has not been made. We strongly favor a simple palette of board form concrete, natural finish wood, and copper over some of the other materials suggested in the latest renderings of the building's elevations. We request that you condition your approval of the elevations on having the architect work with you on the materials palette and return to you for final approval. And again, as that discussion, this is my comment, not South Dakota Civic, as that discussion went back and forth about there not being materials, I don't know how you can do design review without seeing materials. Finally, from the letter, we recently met with the building's immediate neighbors, and they are in agreement with us on all the foregoing requests, and we thank you for your attention to our details. Back to me, finished the South Laguna Civic letter, a couple things. The traffic signal comment that we've heard a couple times about neighbors not wanting a traffic signal. I think I was at the same meeting. That was not a broad consensus. That was a couple of people had that opinion. I think that is an open issue. I don't believe there's been any sort of traffic study. I don't know what there needs to be for something like this. I think there is a curve when you're coming north by the hospital. The visibility is a little impacted by that. So I think we simply want whatever is safest in terms of the traffic signal. The restroom comment. Nobody wants a restroom by their anything until you need a restroom. South Laguna needs restrooms. And unfortunately, there's a lot of places that are the worst place to put a restroom. This is the least worst place to put a restroom. We need them. I think this is where it's got to go. And then finally, just on the drive-through comment, I don't design fire stations. I want the fire station to function very well for the fire department. If that's really what they need, that's one thing. But the original criteria used when the city was hunting for land for a fire station, there were 3 criteria. Bigger than 10,000 square feet, you got 17,000 feet. Close enough to the old location that response times are not dramatically changed, and a corner location. There was no criteria saying you want to drive through. If they need it, that's a different thing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Matt Walton. Look, I'm not an expert. I'm not a architect, to be sure, unlike our distinguished Dean of the Architectural Community over here, Morris. I think it needs to be as attractive as it can be. I think it needs to be as view compatible as it can be. But we have to keep in mind, this is a fire station. To use the analogy, well, our existing fire stations don't have that. No, we don't have any fire stations here. We have 4 obsolete civic disgraces that date from the 1930s, 40s, and 60s that we use as fire stations. They will not remain operational in the event of a seismic incident. We will not get any mutual aid. It will take 1 to 5 days to get state and federal aid here in the event of such an incident. And we were told that by a very senior official at FEMA, who happens to be a second-generation Laguna resident and spent 38 years at OCFA and worked at the old South Laguna Fire Station in that capacity. The simple fact is that I think when we talk about the pull-through and some of these other factors, we've got a couple of gentlemen in the back of the room who actually know something about this, why we're doing it. Our fire chief, who's had decades of experience and years of training, and our fire marshal, ditto. Let's bring them up here and describe why they need some of these things. This is not a matter of public debate. We're not talking about a playground or a civic center or a design exercise. These are essential public safety facilities, and every single day we delay this is a day longer that we are in danger because we don't have adequate fire stations in a city that is probably the highest risk city, without question, the highest risk city in Orange County from a fire safety standpoint, and hasn't built a fire station in 6 decades. So we need to move forward with this with some urgency. And look, I'm not excusing any lapses in terms of not presenting materials that perhaps should be here. And I can't even offer an opinion as to whether or not it's better to have that 3-foot gap or not have it. But for God's sake, we need to approach this with a great sense of urgency. We need to bring in the expertise of the firefighters, and let's get some decisions made and get this thing built. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers? Come on up.
Good evening, commissioners, city planners, Tom, Dave, the whole gang, chief. Again, I'm not one to want to.
Your name again?
Oh, sorry. My name is Gigi Force. I'm the resident and the owner at 31792, right next to the proposed site, directly north. So what's really clear, and again, I appreciate all the work that's been done here. I cannot understate how important it is to me, and I know the rest of the Ground Zero guys. And obviously, there's a lot of passion here. It's a very important project, critical project, as stated numerous times, which is why I've just got to say, instead of rehashing all the same points, yes, we're still a lot of these concerns we've had for a month or two. The reason we came back to this date kind of are still not settled yet. It's obvious they're not. We're bringing up a lot of the same issues. Now with some CEQA questions and other things too, I just can boil it down to 3 words. We're not there yet. Yeah, right? So I think we're getting a lot closer and a lot's been done. With the materials and everything else, I think with a little bit more time and these brilliant minds all working on it, we'll get there. We're really close. And Dave, to you too, with the shift a couple feet versus a couple feet here and there, we can get there. I just don't think we're going to get there tonight, but we're really close, I hope. Again, I'm 100% for this fire station project. I'm excited for it. And I think we can make all these requirements and get it done. Again, the 3 words. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Michael Kovac, members of the commission. Until the project's fully defined, I cannot support the approval of the CUP. Yes, there have been major helpful improvements, but the project simply isn't finished from the definition stage. We simply don't know what we're getting, and as it stands now, it's still a major view impediment in a lot of Catalina going against CUP item F3. So the staff report clearly states no major revisions are expected unless required by the Planning Commission. So I ask of you to require the following items. Lowering the building height. We really need to know what's going on in those interior spaces so we really know what we're getting. Potentially eliminating the parapets and using anchors instead. It was also requested in April that the designs go to the building department for review to ensure that the parapets are not going to be taller due to code enforcement issues and legality issues. That hasn't been done. From the initial deck I prepared, it was also a request in person in April to know about the generator and the noise levels. That hasn't been discussed. Regarding the CUP section of the staff report, finding 3 does not mention the generator noise at all. It also does not mention blocking of views due to the massing as discussed earlier, so we find this very misleading. Rooftop solar panels are still referenced on page 18, yet no definition is within the document. And per the city's microgrid resiliency action plan, we want this reference removed. We can all agree that progress has been huge. We feel heard, the design's getting prettier, everyone's collaboration, it's working, it's great, but we're just not there yet. We're not ready. So until we have another final round, another great design review, we're just not there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers?
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm on the corner of 4th and Virginia Way. Thank you for all the progress that's been made so far. I'm here in hopes to request that there's a delay, if we can just delay the vote because we're close. But I'm in agreement with them. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to paint a picture of this little 1-block radius between 4th and 5th Avenue. So PCH has 3 lots. It was a historic cottage, then Gigi's place, and then was a hill, I just learned today. But then it became a dental office that was quiet and slow and not 24/7 service. So there's 3 lots. And I don't understand why it was allowed. Okay, so how is it that 3 quiet, peaceful places have now turned into water district access tunnel that was promised open space and park after it was done 10 years? Then we have Gigi's been there for 30, 40 years. And now we have, it's going to be plopped in the middle of, on the staff report, it says residential to the north, residential to the west, residential to the south and east. I'm just asking for a delay and additional time to involve the residents more and get to where we need to be least impacted. Because we already have a little 1-block radius between 4th and 5th. I don't know how these were approved, public sites all of a sudden, but if we could do anything to help us, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that it for public speakers? Seeing none, I'll close.
Before you do that, I think Matt made a good point, and I don't know, Chief, if you would like to step up and just explain the reason for the drive-through, I think it would be helpful to everybody in the room, because that seems to be something we're dealing with. So
good idea.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nico King, your fire chief. Thank you. I think it's been explained very well, and I'll paint a picture. Correct, Matt Lawson. I'm coming from a place of experience. Currently the fire chief, but have spent decades in emergency response vehicles in the front seat, making those decisions. So I think what hasn't been stated is there's a slight downward slope on Coast Highway as you're going north, and there's a slight turn. That fire station, if you're driving northbound, is off to the right and slightly in a blind spot. The safest position is for the apparatus to open the doors when we have an emergency call, pull out onto the ramp with the lights on, for the driver of the engine to make sure they're looking north and south to make sure that there's a pause in the traffic, and then they can accelerate once traffic has stopped and that's safe to proceed. And it's also the most efficient. And I also want to explain the counter to that would be if the fire apparatus were to pull out onto 5th, usually probably 98% of the time they're trying to get to Coast Highway. If they're making a right-hand turn, if there happen to be 1 or 2 cars in front of them waiting at the stop sign to get onto Coast Highway, all of a sudden you're paused. With lights, the operational position would be to not blast the person, to push them out into traffic. So the lights would be on, you're not going to blast the siren because that makes people panic. But whoever's sitting at that stop sign trying to make the right-hand turn or left-hand turn onto Coast Highway is going to be in a position of angst to get out of the way of a Code 3 vehicle. And it probably would happen frequently that scenario occurs. And so it's just a much inefficient, the safety element is not there, whereas the visibility and the response and the efficiency of pulling directly onto Coast Highway is definitely advantageous.
And Chief, could you just comment very quickly on the pull-through, the advantages, what that does?
Yeah, as also stated, there hasn't been a fire station here built for decades. And if we're looking into the future, it's just so much safer and more effective for the fire apparatus to not have to stop in traffic and to back up every single time that they're doing it. I would hope that every station moving forward, and it's a desire of every chief for the element of safety to not put their personnel out on the street, trying to block traffic, trying to make sure that people aren't in a blind spot walking down the sidewalk, to move forward into the station, onto the lot, going through the moving gates and moving doors. It's so much more safe as far as visibility if you're moving forward in the large apparatus.
Can I ask a couple other questions regarding some things that may deal with just the day-to-day operations and some issues that came up? One was the difference in proposed ceiling heights. 9 foot versus 8 foot, does that make a big difference to the operations or the comfort of the firefighters, or?
And I think it's been explained. Operationally, I don't know if I could address that. I think my statement is I'm a tall person. A lot of firefighters are tall. You have to, meet physical requirements to do the job. And it's not to say that, shorter people can't do the job. That's not it at all. I would say what's unique about this job is we're the only employees that report to work and work for a 48-hour shift. This isn't just a workplace. It's not an office. This is where our employees spend a third or more of their lives. So they're eating, sleeping, preparing meals, their physical fitness. This is their home away from home. And so just thinking about some of the conversations and having open air in a room that you eat in, having the ability to reach up and not touch the ceiling in a place that you're living, those are just desirable accommodations. But as far as operational concerns, I can't see any either way.
And what about this potential idea of shifting the building and losing this 3-foot gap space that's between the retaining wall and the building itself now? Do you have any strong feelings about that one way or the other?
Again, the fire marshal reviewed that, and as far as the policy and concern, I think you guys had great dialogue on that. Again, I think that goes back to open air or not open air in those rooms, because you'd be eliminating a lot of the windows on one side of the building.
Okay, and the only other question I had was on this recent proposal, the doors for the apparatus were changed from I guess roll-up doors to now these folding doors. Does that make any difference to operational time or getting out and stuff like that?
It does go back to operational efficiency and safety. Those newer doors, even though they are expensive, and we looked at the cost and we go back and forth, but they are much more efficient. They open quickly in events with power outages. They can be manually opened very quickly. Whereas the roll-up doors, it's a manual process and it's slow. And also what happens probably most frequently, as a fire chief, I know, somebody's going to hit the wrong button, those doors come down, and you're oftentimes looking at replacing the bottom panel of the door because the tall equipment is going to hit the door at the wrong time, where those types of accidents, they don't occur on the bifold doors.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Any other questions?
You covered them for me.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay. Close the public hearing and go back to the applicant team. If there's anything that you've heard that you would like to further respond to.
Yeah, thank you. The biggest items I'd like to address. So building location. Again, as I mentioned, not a question of can it be physically done or not. So from that standpoint, as the applicant, if the Planning Commission desired, a condition or some other mechanism to shift the building, we would be open to that. As far as lowering the building, I would be a little more concerned. I guess, as I mentioned, we're committed to lowering the building to to any extent possible. And we're certainly going to continue to work towards that. I would have a hard time to put a hard number of it shall be lowered 2 feet. But we are committed to working through and continuing to find every inch possible in the building. So wanted to address those 2 items. As far as the building finish, one of the things I heard was the board formed concrete that, again, that we can go back to that, not an issue there. I think those, the solar panels. So solar panels were originally concerned, and I do apologize if that was left in there. Through all of the work to lower the building, reduce screening, that was a concern that if we do have solar panels on the building, that's obviously additional height, additional things we're going to see. So we are not proposing them here tonight. So I do apologize if that was left in. Again, we also went away from providing solar panels as carports. We didn't want to do that towards Virginia Way. So again, a condition or other clarification on that wasn't what we were proposing tonight, to have the solar panels.
There was a question about generator noise. And again, the generators, I mean, that's just emergency backup, correct? I mean, or would they be operating often or?
Right. So I following the last meeting, I did speak with our maintenance staff who exercise on a routine. They exercise the generators. So you're correct. They're emergency generators, only intended to run in the event of power loss. But in order to maintain them and keep them operational so that they do turn on in power loss, what I was told is they exercise them once a month, and they'll do that for about a half hour.
Okay, so during emergencies or tested once a month for about a half an hour. So
correct.
Okay. Trying to think if there's any other questions or comments.
The parapet, resolving the parapet issue.
Yeah, well, I think you discussed it at some length. I guess what I got away from was that maybe the parapets could be reduced somewhat and keep parapets, but maybe try to pinch them down as to the very minimum possible. So instead of 12 inches on the high side, maybe 6 inches or something. Or the other possibility was what, doing like just a more of a gravel type roof and just having gravel stops instead of a parapet.
Yeah, I would not want to go that route, because it would, as I mentioned, really change the architecture. It just could be a whole different look. But again, going back to the statement as far as how we lower the building overall height, that's where, again, I would like to, rather than state it's lost in the parapet or it's lost in the floor space, that it's an overall, let's try to lose space, and that provides the flexibility. But again, I think 2 feet would be extremely difficult. And keeping in mind with some of what the chief said as far as the amount of time the folks spend in the building, I think going lower starts to get detrimental.
Okay. Any additional questions for Tom? I guess this would be just a question for staff, and I guess Shavita. This issue regarding CEQA and whether or not staff has taken the position that the changes being proposed from when the study was originally done are not significant enough to rise to the level of having to revisit that issue. But, and I'm correct in that, right? But would you agree that ultimately it's our decision to make, and that we have the ability to disagree with staff's position?
So staff's recommendation is that the project is exempt from CEQA under section 15162. If you want to make a revised finding, Pat could probably provide some additional language for that.
Yeah, sure. So Chair, correct. You guys as the lead agency do ultimately make the final decision. Of course, staff in conjunction with my office, do this for a living, so to speak. So I do think it's safe to say we do have some expertise. This is staff's recommendation. I would correct you just kind of slightly in terms of your question, if there's been a kind of significant change, as Shaveda explained earlier, that's really not the standard under CEQA. It's really a new significant environmental effect or a substantial increase in the severity of a previously identified significant effect. And then, of course, there's two other factors, but that's really, it's not just, people think of a significant change in the colloquial sense. Hey, what's a significant change? That really shouldn't be your guys's judge. It should be, hey, do we think this change, once again, satisfies those criteria? And it's not necessarily the colloquial significant.
I agree with the concept that the city makes a recommendation and we follow it because you are more expertise in this. This is what you do for a living. My question is, what are the repercussions if you made a wrong decision? So what happens if it determines down the road that it was a bad decision?
Sure. So in this case, it could be potentially appealed to the city council.
By whom? By anybody?
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it has to be within 300 feet. It could also be called up by the city council. And then ultimately, someone wanted to challenge that after the city council's decision, then the court would decide.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry.
Wait, okay.
I just want to be sure. I want to correct the record. So the appeal under CEQA is not limited to 300 feet. Those are some of the other entitlements. I apologize for
Yeah, so it's anybody.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kellenberg?
And actually just finishing the thought, I apologize. Sorry, Steve. The repercussions would just be a time delay during the appeal?
Yeah, correct. And then I guess, echoing it further, it's not like so let's say, yes, there would be an appeal. And then let's say, even if the city council made the same decision and then it was sued, even if a court agreed, it wouldn't mean project over. It would simply just mean, hey, city, go ahead and release another ISMND.
Yeah, it's just delay.
That's, I would, a potential fair assessment, yes.
Always cost with delay. They go hand in hand.
Commissioner Kellenberg, did you have a question?
Well, I mean, if this is the time to ask questions of the applicant, I'd like to take that opportunity. There was a question that I had earlier that I didn't have a chance to ask. I was wondering if I could ask it now.
Sure.
The Fifth Street elevation, the south elevation, there's been a lot of, and now we're shifting to pure aesthetics. And nobody's really talked about the Fifth Street elevation much, other than we've taken away the trees. And I'm staring at it right now in the plan set, in the rendering set. And it's a very this is my personal opinion, don't take it too harshly, but it seems like it's a fairly gloomy institutional elevation. The one piece, the one-story element that's facing Fifth Street. So and nobody's brought it up. Maybe I'm the only one it's bothering. But I would like to ask the architect, is there any remedy to such an institutional sort of non-architectural design elevation on that one-story element along the Fifth Street elevation?
Yeah, we can study different variations if that's a concern.
But it looks like there's two doors and a window, and it's like a solid concrete form wall. There's really no design to it at all. It's very utilitarian. Any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, since the last design update, we've added a window. We've changed the materials to reflect the green dot, red dot, and we're basically just taking notes. I know it might not satisfy everybody, but if that is the concern, we can take a look at it.
If I can just build off of that, so with that side of the building, you know, a lot of the discussion at the on-site meeting had to do with the restrooms and bringing them off the corner, but putting them in a way where they would be there but not be highly visible, and that's what led to the kind of alcove to where you would have the two restrooms versus, so the intent was to do that versus seeing three doors on the side. We also you know, discussed the option of moving the entry from the or to the electrical room to the front of the building, to kind of the notched in area. But we went away from that because, again, our intention is to focus the public art in that location. And also by doing that, it would have added more concrete for the walkway. So it would have taken away landscape area. So that, you know, in looking at that side of the building, that was some of the concern is, you know, what can be done. That elevation also does not show the proposed landscape in that area. But we really are looking for the art, for the artists to take full advantage of that space. So we really don't want something there competing with, say, what an artist could do.
So where would the art go in that? I mean, is there an area that's been identified for the art, or?
Yeah, in my discussions with Sean Poschel, it was really looking at use of the landscape area at the corner and the building itself. So both the building corner and the building side. So really making that entire space available to the artist.
Steve, if I could chime in on that, on what you're saying there a little bit, that one of the suggestions that's been made is that, well, the first thing, I don't know if it's off the table entirely, but if the building got moved 5 feet to the north, with the exception of the workout room, then the workout room, the material for that could be like a rough block or something different than the board form concrete, which would not only add some articulation, but it would break up that long span of as you call it, rather institutional looking side of the Fifth Street element of there. So, but even if the building doesn't get moved, it could, and this is a suggestion to Tom, that the workout room exterior be use some different material so that you could break up that long expanse on the Fifth Street side of the building.
Okay, I've got other thoughts, but that was my question. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, I think we're done with questions. Before, I've been requested that we just take a short little 5-minute break before we move on to commissioner comments. So we will reconvene in about 5 minutes.
Patrick, you're going to tell us.
Correct.
Those
And Chair,
documents.
only because it's mid-item, do not speak to each other, do not speak to anyone in the audience about the substance of the matter. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll be back at
Coming into the restrooms to watch.
Okay, everyone, I will reconvene the Planning Commission meeting. And we are moving on to commissioner comments. And I think we'll start with Commissioner Goldman, who is a member of the working group, if you'd like to go first.
Okay. First thing I want to say, Tom, thank you. Because I don't know, over the past 6 or 8 weeks, we had a lot of calls with you, a lot of requests and everything, and I found you to be highly responsive. I really appreciate it. And you set up meetings. I know a couple of times when we set up the meetings and I added a couple of people, it's like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? But you were really great. And we haven't said that yet. And I wanted to say that. I think this comes down to 4 things from what I'm hearing from site. There's the 2 big ones, the moving of the building and the lowering of the height. I also think there was conversation about that Susan brought up, what the materials are going to be. And then I think we've had conversations on the landscaping. I'll start with a general comment. I very much think that we should make an approval tonight to keep this project going. And I think I'll start with the 2 lesser urgents because I don't think they're critical path items. The building materials and the material board, et cetera, and the landscaping. The landscaping, I agree with the comment that was made. You made it. I think George Steve may have made it. The landscaping should be tied in with the art program. So I don't think we're really ready to comment on it. I really think that that should be holistic because I think we'll have an opportunity, given where the art is going to be positioned, that we can really make a statement here and do something thoughtful. And I don't think you should do a landscaping program in isolation of the art program. They should work together. So I think that's something that can wait for a further date that we don't have to hold this up for. The materials the same. The materials are important, but I don't think we have to hold up a decision of how we're moving forward tonight on that. We can come back to that. Before getting to the move and the height, I'd like to make a comment on the location of the building. And I made this comment in one of our meetings to Ann. The location of the building and how it's oriented on Coast Highway or on Fifth may not have been discussed as fully as the residents would have liked at the beginning. But I think having been involved in this and all the conversations and getting input from the fire department, I think we would have wound up where we are. I think this is the best location for the building. And I don't think we should open up discussion of relocating the building. I think we've come to the best conclusion. So coming down to the other 2 issues, the moving the building and the height. What I think, and I think we should move the building. Of all the things you've presented to us, Tom, the one area where there just wasn't a compelling enough reason not to move the building, the one area is there wasn't enough compelling reason. To me, frankly, the most compelling reason, I think waterproofing technology and everything we've heard from people shouldn't be the issue. To me, the single reason not to move the building is open air for the fire department. In terms of a window, they'd be looking at a wall anyway. They'd get some natural light, but it's really about the open air. And I think that's the only real detriment towards not moving the building. And with regard to the decision of what to do, I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve contingent on the building being moved. Because I think it does 2 things, and we'll get into the height in a second. The first thing it does, I think it does make for a better building. I think it gives in the art area, and George can comment on this, he's more expert on this than I am. It gives more space in that corner for something, you can do something more dramatic without being overscaled, and you can landscape around it. It can make it attractive. It makes the building more attractive on Fifth. And what it also does is it enables, it's better for the residents, and particularly Michael and Jacob's house, because moving it over opens up that corridor, and it opens up the corridor for everybody who's higher than them and off to the south of them. I mean, I live around there. I've walked so many times up and down. I really believe not only is it better for the residents, it makes for a more aesthetic and better building. So I would approve this conditionally on moving the building. The second is the height. And I hear you guys, I heard Kelly. I'm very sympathetic. It's highly complicated. And there are a lot of things that need to be factored. I believe if we put the burden on you, as opposed to you saying we're going to do our best, I think we're going to get a lower building. So I would also like to condition on lowering the building 2 feet. And I'm not saying, I've seen you guys, I've seen particularly you, the fire marshal, shake your head a bunch. You're very expressive. I'm not saying cram the ceilings down to 7, 8 feet. I'm saying figure out how to do it. I don't know what I'm talking about in this area. You guys do. And, if we require extra experts in the planning stages with regard to the crawl space, with regard to everything, do it. But my kind of bottom line here is I would like to approve this thing tonight. And I'd like to say it's contingent upon the building being moved, and it's contingent on the building being 2 feet lower. And you guys figure it out, because I think you can if you have to. And look, you always reserve the right, as we'll talk about with the materials and as we'll talk about with the landscape, you always reserve the right to come back and say, we just couldn't do it, here's why. But I rather hear, we just couldn't do it, here's why, with experts and, completely fleshed out, then we'll try. And I believe at the end of the day, a moved building 2 feet lower is a material improvement for the residents, all of them, and it's a material improvement for the aesthetics and the functioning of the building. So those are my comments.
Steve, just to clarify your proposal. So you're proposing a conditional approval
Yes.
on the height and moving the building. And then you're proposing that, that the building materials and the landscape and the art space come back to us.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
mean,
that-
and the art's going to go through the art commission to start with.
Okay, so those are two additional conditions.
Yes.
So that would be a separate meeting for us.
Yes. And I don't think, and maybe can I ask Tom the question? I mean, we open up.
Sure.
public hearing.
Yes, open the public hearing.
That won't materially slow you down. You'll be able to keep this project going. That's a question. We're going Jeopardy style.
I mean, yes, it enables us to continue the design. The only question I don't know, I guess I've never been on a project where the public art came back to the planning commission. I may defer to
Yeah,
others.
I
to
don't know how
answer
the
that.
public art, whether it's.
I don't think it comes back to us.
So it's just the building material.
So it's just the building materials. Now, is that something that can we do that?
So it is a bit awkward because, there's not a specific code section I can point to that says the, planning commission approves the building materials subsequent, to it. And obviously this project is a bit unique in that the city is the applicant. The reason why it's kind of not ideal is because you don't want these kind of dual process appeals, right? And so once again, let's take it away from this and go to a different hypothetical. It's a private property. It's basically then someone gets kind of 2 chances to appeal it, correct? Hey, I'm gonna appeal it that way. That being said, I think in this instance, because it is a fire station, it's the city is the applicant. It would probably in this kind of very unique one-off situation be a potentially appropriate, provided I don't want to speak for staff. If that's something that you guys feel comfortable with and can come back with some. Everyone kind of knows what it's going to look like. It's just going to be more of a function of color and style and articulation, correct?
And look, what I would recommend too, as part of this, the color boards will be available, just like often you ask, do you want to come and walk the site? And there's never more than two of us together. I think you want to come in the office and take a look at the boards. So, you know, it expedites.
Yeah. And with the one caveat, and once again, I'm not going to speak for the commission. If it does get approved, denied, conditionally approved tonight, and then someone out there or someone does appeal it, I think I would bring up this condition to the city council as well as the ultimate city decision maker. You know, they would be able to, you know, approve or kind of say, hey, we're good with that or not good with that. Does that make sense? Such that if you guys were to approve it, conditionally approve it, or I guess deny it, well, I guess you wouldn't have that condition if you conditionally approved it, that would be subject to the appeal. And if the city council says, yes, that's good, that's their call. If they say, hey, planning commission, no thanks, then that would be their decision.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, Commissioner Dubin, you want to go next?
Okay.
The next member of the working group.
So I want to also say, Tom, you know, we've spent a lot of time together over the last 60 days, and it's not been an easy process to try to rework this whole project from our last regular commission meeting. And I know it's frustrating for everybody, but my first comment on this is that I think a lot of this could have been avoided had we had a concept review 6 months ago in front of this panel. I think we would have worked out all these issues. We could have had plenty of time to go through a redesign process, and even some of the things we're discussing tonight, you know, could have been resolved, and the project would have been down the road, you know. So, and I think that's something, you know, a lesson learned for all of us is, you know, these kinds of major public works projects need some early input from the Planning Commission, so that, you know, we avoid where we are right now. I don't like, you know, being in conflict with something that's this important, but I feel very similar to what Commissioner Goldman just stated in terms of the two major items that are still kind of a bone of contention for not only the neighbors, but I think some people on this panel as well. I won't speak for anybody but myself. But, you know, we've gone back and forth on this. We've had a lot of meetings. I know the neighbors have been appreciative of having the opportunity to have a lot of input on this project from where it started to where it is now, and I think it's vastly improved. I just think that you know, the architect stated in our last Thursday meeting that it's not impossible to move the building to the north. I would still suggest if that is the case that that the workout room remain where it is, so we get a little more articulation on that building. I think that solves what Commissioner Kellenberg was talking about in terms of that Fifth Street elevation being kind of bleak. It also gives us a little spot for possibly a tree or something in that little notch that would be created by that. I think that the building height, you know, if it came down 2 feet, great. If it came down 1 foot, that'd be great too. I think that's going to always be an issue that we got to do the best we can on. You know, I'm not sure about procedure in terms of, you know, I came here tonight wanting this project to move forward, and, you know, I'm very conflicted about, you know, creating a situation that would continue this to another one of these. So we're trying to figure out a way to be able to move the project forward, but still address a couple of these issues that are still, you know, big questions for some of us. And am I going on too long?
The light didn't go on yet.
Oh, okay.
I'll buzz you shortly.
Okay. I know that, that we've talked about all this stuff, and I think because of the input from the public and also this commission and from Morris Kandarian and anybody else who was able to have input, that what we looked at tonight is such a huge improvement over the previous design. I appreciate the neighbors feeling like, we're almost across the finish line, but not quite there. I kind of feel the same way, and I feel like our meeting last Thursday, unfortunately, it was kind of late in the game, and here we are trying to correct some design elements at the end of the project instead of at the beginning, and that's been my sort of bone of contention from the very start, is that we didn't get a chance, 6 months ago to have a concept review and be able to really take a hard look at this and get a lot of input and make corrections and changes then, instead of what we're trying to do now, which is, heed the urgency of needing to get this building built against, the last few design improvements that I think will make the building better. So I don't know if conditioning it I did talk to Anthony after our meeting on Thursday to see, if we get to tonight and there's still a couple of issues that haven't, not been resolved, how do we go about proceeding forward, so that's a procedural issue, and we can work that out. But that I'm in the same boat with Commissioner Goldman, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Whiten.
I won't rehash what Commissioners Goldman and Dubin have said. I agree with it. I don't have a whole lot to add to that, but I'd like to say a couple of other things. First, I think this is an example. It's a learning situation, as Commissioner Dubin said. Concept design review is a really great tool, which would have really, allowed us to avoid what's happened. On the other hand, the design process has been really rigorous and vigorous, and it has brought the neighborhood together. I think it has also allowed the neighbors to, believe in their government and in the process. And that is something that we've struggled with over the years, to be perfectly frank. And I see a lot of improvement, not just on this project, but this project is a really good example of it, where I think the neighbors, the fire department, Public Works, Planning Commission, city manager is here tonight, staring us down. So I think that this, sort of is, faith in the process is been reinstilled, and I'm really heartened by that. The city has taken ownership of the CEQA issue. That is not mine to own, but I have made my points, and I think that the points that have been made by the public are valid points, but I am not going to not make those findings tonight. Because I think I agree that we need to find a way to conditionally approve this project so we can move forward. I am, to be perfectly frank, after the elation of the Surf Museum and everything it's going to do for this city, I am disappointed in the architecture. It feels sterile, and it's just deflating. We haven't had a fire department in however many decades, a new fire department, and I know it's a functional building, but industrial buildings can be just as beautiful as the Taj Mahal. So I'm disappointed. And so at this point, I think the tools that we have to work with are the design, are the massing, and the articulation of the building walls. And part of that can be solved with shifting. Now, just to be clear, we're saying we're not shifting the entire building north. We're shifting the northern, we're expanding the building by moving the northern section of the building north, and the workroom is staying in its current location, correct?
Well, I think what happens, Susan, is in effect, everything stays the same except the workout room, because of the fact that its south wall doesn't move, it becomes a little bit bigger.
Yeah. that's what
Which,
I'm saying.
which
The
from what
building
we understand is a
expands.
benefit for the fire
Yeah,
department.
and the building expands to the north too.
No, you just pick it up and move it.
Okay, so it's just the workroom. Okay.
But somebody's holding the wall of the workout room,
Okay,
so it's stretched.
all right, I got it. So that helps with the building articulation, but we absolutely have got to consider the materials. And I mean, I just couldn't possibly, I mean, I would not approve this without that condition, to be perfectly honest. And I hope that whenever Public Works or the city comes back to us, we are sure to have a materials board as part of the presentation, because everyone else has to do it. And, you know, this is taxpayer money, and these are public projects, and the public has a right to see and touch the materials. So we look forward to that. So I don't want to get into unraveling the design or anything like that at this juncture. I want to, do everything we can to make this a better project. And I guess what we're saying is the landscape's going to come back, not the public art, but we're going to look at the landscape in the next go around.
And I guess the way that would work, Susan, is we would look at the landscape, I hope, in the context of the public art too. I would not like to look at the landscape without knowing what the public art would be. So you get the public art through the art commission, and then we look at landscape, and we're not commenting on the public art, but we're looking at the landscape in the
context of it.
Yeah.
Okay,
context of it, yeah.
that makes sense. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kellenberg.
Yeah, thank you. I have 6 points. The first one is the site plan, and I found it very interesting, the various alternatives. You know, in the last meeting, I thought the site plan was probably the most logical as it's sitting. In terms of the general organization of the site, I think the fire marshal, Matt and the fire marshal, at the end of the day, this really has to function well and efficiently for the next 50 years. And I'm going with the fire chief on the best circulation relative to the site plan, because I think that's really fundamental to the function of the building. So in terms of the move, I'm really torn. I actually disagree with Morris a little bit. There's going to be guys and gals sitting around in those 2 rooms that don't have natural light at the ends for the next 50 years. And the whole direction of architecture these days is towards healthy buildings that have a lot of more natural light and more natural ventilation and not less. So I'm conflicted with that. Maybe I'm a solo voice here, but I think taking away the windows, the natural light, it's not about the view. It's about natural light. And the opportunity for ventilation is, but on the other hand, I dislike the Fifth Street view, the elevation so much. And this is where I got really confused in the last 5 minutes of, you're talking about shifting the building and not shifting the elevation on Fifth Street. That was new to me. To me, one of the whole reasons of shifting the building would be to provide more setback along Fifth Street, because it's such an ugly elevation. So
I believe, Steve, that the idea was that the entire building would shift with the exception of the exercise room, right? So everything would shift 5 feet. So then you'd end up with some additional articulation along that wall elevation, because there'd be an offset between the exercise room wall and the public restroom walls.
But the idea is the architect could take that shift and use it to create something that's a better elevation. That's what I guess you're saying. And in that case, I see that as a positive. But anyway, I'm going to go with the committee, subcommittee on the shift because I am torn on it. But I do, I'm fundamentally not that supportive of losing the natural light. Just want to say that. I think we're underestimating the impact on environmental health by doing that. Relative to the height, I do agree with the philosophy that, just saying, we're going to try to make it lower is not as effective as saying, no, we're conditioning it on a 2-foot height reduction. Go figure it out. I would add to that I don't think we should go to 8-foot ceilings. I think the fire chief is right. I think 9-foot ceilings in a space like this with as much time as spent is again a superior environmental quality issue. But I think I would try and use technology and good engineering to and creativity to take the 2 feet out, but make that and then understand that Tom and his team can go to the city council and say that we couldn't do that. We're going to appeal that particular condition. Then he would have the right to do that and make his case for why that wasn't possible. But I do agree being aggressive on that is superior to the wishful thinking, which was kind of the suggestion. The fourth point is the 5th Street elevation. I really think that needs to be worked on. That slot window is, it's really a poor, there's no architectural design there in any way. And I think Morris did his sketch studies on the front, but he didn't do it on the side, maybe is what happened. And I don't know how to address that because we're trying to get to an approval tonight. So I guess that becomes an administrative review of some improved elevation there. But I feel strongly that the neighborhood deserves better. And when you're driving down PCH and you're going northbound, you're going to be looking right into that elevation. And I think it really needs to be attractive, and it's not right now. The CEQA question, I understand the staff's, the hurdle, the threshold for CEQA is different than what we think about. It's not about moving the building around. It's about, more quantitative environmental impacts. So I understand why they're taking that position. And then the last point I want to make is I think the architecture, I just want to applaud the process, applaud Tom, and applaud the architect on the front elevation. And Morris, thank you, because it is so much better, than it was. It's actually now, the front elevation is actually now an attractive building with maybe, the bottom left-hand corner is still a little bleak. Another one of those gunshot, windows. They're so institutional. I wish we could do something about that one area down there to add a little bit more architectural integrity. But I think overall the PCH elevation is much improved, and so I appreciate the effort that went into that. So I'm supportive, with the conditions that are being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. I agree with, that this is a critical project that's, it's been delayed by the city, for years, and it needs to move forward as, expeditiously as possible. And I think we're very close. Thanks again to Tom and to the architectural team, to the members of the working group who worked, for the last couple months on this, and all the members of the public who provided their input. I am and a little bit torn about the building move as well, as expressed by Commissioner Kellenberg, with the loss of the windows and some natural light and ventilation. However, I just feel as though that moving the entire building that 5 feet and incorporating, the retaining wall into the actual building design will help immensely with neighboring view sheds. And I So I'd be in support of that. I'd be in support of Commissioner Dubin's suggestion that the workout room, kind of exercise room remain kind of where it's at, and so that we get a little bit more articulation and offset along that wall line, which will help with that elevation. I think by moving the building 5 feet, it pushes the building up a little bit further away from the corner there, which is going to have, I think, some safety impacts with the additional distance from the corner to where these fire trucks would be exiting onto Coast Highway. I also am supportive of reducing the building height. Now, I'm reluctant to put a number on that of 2 feet because Tom has expressed that may be difficult to achieve. It just seems to me, looking at the first floor plan layout, where these rooms, where the 2-story portion is, there's a couple wall lines there in the middle of that portion of the building that could be, bearing wall lines that would support whatever floor framing is working on there. So the spans are not that great. And so if a typical residential construction, spans of up to 25 feet, you can do with 11 and 7/8, 12-inch I-joists. So if they were to consider using, some open web floor trusses or something that were 24 inches deep, they make those with, top and bottom cords of wood with metal cross webbing that allows, large openings to run all sorts of ductwork through and everything else that may be required. So I think the space that you're showing in terms of that for the framing and the extra space is a little overly done. And so I think that that's probably where some of this height reduction can happen. I'm not supportive of reducing the wall plate heights down to 8 feet. I really think that having higher ceilings is going to be important for just the living arrangement for the firefighters that are going to be spending significant time in this building. So I also would like to see us, be able to conditionally approve this tonight. I think by us having, trying to bifurcate certain things, it creates additional complications and potential problems. I'm not sure if I'm supportive of having the landscape come back. I'm open to additional discussion with the rest of the commissioners about that. But I'm a little concerned that it could potentially create some problems down the road. With that said, it seems to me, after listening to all the fellow commissioner comments, that there is consensus amongst the majority of us to move the building. There's consensus to reduce the building height. So I really think what we should need to talk about is, do we, just say the building height shall be reduced to the greatest extent possible and leave it at that? Or do we, are other commissioners set on putting a hard number to that?
Yeah, I'll respond. And by the way, I agree with both you and Steve. I'm not advocating that we go with 8-foot ceilings. I think they should be 8.5 at a minimum. I think we uniformly agree on that. I just think that through the other means, technology, the things you talked about, I'd like to put the burden and give a number. I've just experienced, you tell somebody make a best effort, you don't get anything. You tell somebody you get this, you either get it or they come back with a damn good reason why they can't do it. And so to me, the question is it 2 feet? Is it 1.5 feet? Is it a foot? But I feel pretty strongly that we should mandate something and put the burden on you guys, make you guys figure it out. And we're not saying do it through the ceiling heights, because I think we all agree on that. But whether it's parapet, whether it's all the things. Again, I don't want to keep talking on that because I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know, you guys do. And so to me, the dialogue should be, what number is it that we feel comfortable going back with them where we think there's a decent shot that they can come back and make it?
Yeah, well, we can talk about it. I mean, I personally, I'm uncomfortable at 2 feet. I think if we specify a minimum of a foot and with the expressed desire that they improve upon that as much as possible, that I would be comfortable with that. I'm not sure if everybody else is.
It's a fair compromise to your point.
So we're talking 26 to 25 with the hope that it could be more if possible.
Right. I mean, because I've heard Tom's concern.
Right.
And I tend to agree with it, that, you know, that 2 foot just might not be, just not possible.
Yeah, my preference is to say the 2 feet, but I'm not going to fall my sword over it. I mean, if we get it, you know, if the direction is 12 feet and you really have to show that you can't, or 12 inches rather, not 12 feet, you really have to show you can't do it, you know, I'm okay. I'd love to try and set a target of 2 feet, but I'll defer to the three of you and to Steve on the number.
Commissioner Kellenberg, do you have any strong feelings about height reduction? If it should be left kind of open-ended, or should we just specify a number of 1 foot or 2 foot or something in between?
I think saying 1 foot minimum and then try and do better is a legitimate compromise.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
I'd rather set a higher goal bar, but I'm not going to.
You're the same place I am, I think.
I mean, if we have 9-foot ceilings, then that would mean that we would have 3.5 foot for everything else, right?
Well, and what about the ceiling heights? Should we, I mean, you know, my preference would be 9 foot.
Nine is
I'd be
good.
willing, you know, I think 8'6" would be okay as well.
See, I think 9 is preferable. Then now that we don't have the windows on the north wall, that's a north-facing. That's not only a north-facing wall. It's a wall that is looking at a concrete wall 3 feet from it, and it's 15 feet down in this chasm. So that's hardly going to be much natural light. I think the better move would be to have the wall fully designed as a LED light graphic wall, constantly changing images, you know, of the outdoors, so that they really have an absolutely gorgeous environment in there.
And we'll bring in a hypnotist too.
So I think that could be an advantage actually, but yeah, I think with technology, I don't see why 2 feet seems unreasonable, but I am not going to hold up.
So where I'm at is that the whole project comes down to compromise. It's compromise for the neighbors. It's compromise for, you know, potentially even a more exciting architectural design. It's a compromise between, you know, what Tom would like and what we're asking for. So I feel like the whole thing, you know, the whole project's been compromised by not having a concept review 6 months ago. And I hate to keep bringing that up, but it's kind of how I feel. So I would say, you know, I could live, you know, since the original building started at 28 feet, if we're taking 3 feet out of that, that's pretty good, I think. You know, that's a pretty substantial chunk out of the second story building. So if we're going to say, you know, let's get it down to 25, and if it could be more, great. I could live with that.
Okay.
That's a reduction of what, George?
Well, from the original design, it's 3 feet.
But no, from where we are now, it's a reduction
It's a
of one.
foot.
Okay.
Well, 12 inches.
A foot with maybe more if possible.
Now, what about the issue of the landscape plan?
Look,
I think we
feel-
should I think we should have street trees myself, but if you're deferring the landscape plan, then we can argue about that later.
Yeah, and in terms of, to me, you're going to have the art commission on the art, and hopefully the landscape will be incorporated with that. You know, you're going to get a good landscape architect. To me, what's more important for sure is the building material than the landscape plan, because we're relying somewhat on the arts commission to look at this whole.
But you got to keep in mind too, if they put it out for, proposals, that's going to take, by the time they finalize their decision, it's probably going to be a couple months, which.
Yeah, so you're meaning by the time it gets to where we would talk about it, it's going to be late in the day.
Well, I mean, as far as, coordinating it with the landscaping, it's, it's going to take them a few months to go, here's what here's what we're proposing for the state.
Well, they have a basic palette. And I think, we can probably tonight be reasonably okay with the basic palette, and then it's tweaked around the art. Like trees is a perfect example. You don't want to have a sculpture surrounded by trees. And,
Well, and Christoph brought up the point that these trees are not in the landscape and scenic highways list. So I think that needs to be reconsidered. The corner of the building, the southwest corner of the building is this, blank slate for the sculpture, either to be somehow attached with or hanging off, or, ground wall connection. So you can't really do anything there. You've got to, just have a blank slate for the artist to, and then look at the landscape if indeed you need any landscape after that. So I think it would not be germane to that process to just approve this as is. And I also think we need to reconsider the trees. So
I agree. I mean, I can see how the neighbors would be sensitive to not wanting tall trees blocking their view, but this is really, kind of down in a hole at this point, that I don't know that some, carefully selected species along the, homely south edge, is really going to block any views.
Okay, so.
And can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Ask for clarification what you're proposing? When you say the building shifts, but the exercise room doesn't, does that mean that there's a new jog in the building that isn't currently there, because the restroom and the equipment room would move? But
Yes.
The electrical room and the bathroom would move, but the exercise room wouldn't. Therefore, there's a jog in the building that doesn't currently exist. Is that
Right.
the idea?
That's the idea.
Okay.
And
That's
hopefully
a great
providing additional articulation and.
Well, it's also could
improving that.
be a spot for a tree.
Yeah, obviously it's a great spot for a couple trees. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
question
you for that.
Question for staff then. If we were to request that the landscape plan comes back to us and a material board comes back to us, does that create any issues or problems?
So yes, possibly. Once again, this is a very one-off project. Once again, I'm cognizant of the commission's desire to get it, I'm seeing the room here, potentially conditionally approved. So in this instance, with all of those factors, it's likely, I'm not going to say no. However, this should not be a, reoccurring not tactic, but tool that the planning commission continuously implements. Obviously, public safety, obviously this has kind of been in the hopper for quite a while. So in this limited instance, there could be issues. Myself and planning manager to my left are comfortable. We could probably work those out.
Okay.
I have one other item. We've had the discussion, and Commissioner Kellenberg is very passionate about the elevation south-facing elevation. Is that something that the ad hoc committee could, or is that it's disbanded at this point?
Correct. So it was simply a working group, and that is something that I would heavily advise against, the idea of just, one or two of you kind of working with the applicant to kind of give the thumbs up or thumbs down, for a variety of reasons. The big one mainly, you're right, that kind of appeal function, right? If one of the neighbors out here says, hey, I really don't agree with this, we don't really have a mechanism for them to say, kind of appeal that. For if the landscape plan and, excuse me, the building materials board comes back to you, you guys are going to take a formal motion, it's going to be a resolution, and it's going to be my position that that's subject to appeal. So if someone out there says, we think the planning commission got it wrong, they're going to be able to do that. That same mechanism doesn't really work for a working group or just one or two of you.
Okay, so we can't do that, but we can look at, when the materials come back, we will look at the materials in relation to the building elevations. I guess that's as good as it gets.
Okay. Does staff think that they've captured our conditions of approval?
I believe so, Chair, yes. There are 3 conditions of approval that have been discussed this evening. The first is the applicant shall use best in all efforts to lower the building. In no event shall the building not be lowered by less than 1 foot. The building shall be moved 5 feet in the direction of the north lot line while keeping the workout room in its current location for building articulation purposes at the Fifth Avenue frontage. And then the last condition is the applicant shall receive Planning Commission approval of a revised landscape plan and color and material board prior to building permit issuance.
That sounds good to me.
Well done.
Will somebody, I didn't weigh in on the CEQA issue, but I agree with staff, and I've come to understand the concept there is that, you could look at, well, you've rotated the building, completely. That's a substantial change, but is it a substantial change that really affects the environmental analysis that was previously done? And in my opinion, I agree with staff's opinion. So I'm okay with that. Yeah.
George, you want to, because I'll just say what he said.
I would like you to go for it.
Oh my God, I hate making motions. That's the one thing I don't like to do. Can we have I don't have my glasses. Okay.
I'll do it if you don't want to.
I'll give it a shot. Okay. I move that design review 25-0251 coastal development permit 25-0250 conditional use permit 25-0252 sign permit 25-0401 be approved subject to the conditions outlined by planning manager Vieira.
And the whole last sentence, no.
And the CEQA, yeah. And finding said action exempt from CEQA. See, I was trying to avoid that so we didn't get blamed.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Well, hang on. I just want to be sure. I see design review 25-0261, coastal development permit 25-0260. And so I think it's just am I reading it wrong? I heard you say 5-1.
Yeah, I might,
5-0,
yeah.
and 5-2.
Please correct, because I don't have my glasses. I
Perfect.
forgot.
Yeah. So that's fine. So just as noted.
You're really listening.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously as conditioned. There's a 14-day right of appeal to the city council if anybody doesn't agree with that decision. Thank you all.
What's that? You are a diplomat.
It's one of those ones not everybody's ever gonna be happy.
Yeah.
And every time you push and pull, I mean, I saw that happen so many times on design review stuff where you make one neighbor happy and then now suddenly the other neighbor's pissed. And it's just like,
The city is so much better at this process.
And by the way, 3 feet from where we started for the neighbors is huge. 3 feet is huge.
Yeah, no, it's substantial. And
the moving of the building, it makes a difference.
and everything they did just from the previous design. A lot. Thanks to you guys again. Okay, we'll give a minute for everybody, staff, for the staff to change over and for our next item, our final item, and also for the other members to clear out.
I love
He was. I just know, I can just hear Alex. I'm gonna get.
Okay, before we move on to our final item of the evening, if Anthony, if you would please introduce our new associate planner.
Happy to do so, Chair. Tonight we have the pleasure of having a presentation from Daniel Bessenise. He is one of our new associate planners. We're incredibly excited to have him become part of the Laguna Beach team. He's a ray of sunshine in the office, full of life, and newly married. So congratulations, Daniel. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to him for a presentation on item 5.4, Chair.
Great, thank you. Before we move on to the presentation, are there any commissioner disclosures on this item? I did. I met with representatives of the church prior to the meeting tonight, and I'm also a member of the church. So, but
You might have to recuse
that
yourself.
does not require me to recuse myself. Okay, Daniel, if you will please give us our staff report.
Sure. All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I have never been called a ray of sunshine before, but there's a first for everything, and I'm happy to hear it. All right. So good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. I hope you're all night owls. It is a pleasure to meet you all. So item 5.4 is a request made by Laguna Presbyterian Church for design review and a coastal development permit at 359 3rd Street. The subject property is located on 3rd Street between Mermaid and Forest. It's directly behind the church and adjacent to existing church parking lot. If it helps to orient you a little further, this is the parking area directly across the street from Suzy Q Center. The parcel is designated as Central Business District Office in the Downtown Specific Plan. For some background, in 2021, the church formally objected to this property being subject to local preservation in accordance with state government code. The Planning Commission acknowledged that objection, prohibiting the city from imposing local preservation standards on the site. In May of 2023, Planning Commission heard a similar application for a coastal development permit to demolish the existing structure and to construct a parking lot expansion with 8 additional parking spaces. Commissioners voted to continue the project to address the commissioners' questions about a more detailed landscaping plan that is compatible with the neighborhood. In July of that same year, the applicant formally withdrew the application. So here we are now with the current site plan. The project proposes to demolish the existing structure and replace it with 7 parking spaces. As a note, there are currently 3 existing on site. 2 of them are handicapped spaces. These spaces are proposed to stay for a total of 10 parking spaces on this parcel. Access to these spaces will remain unchanged from 3rd Street and the alley, and circulation of the parking area as a whole remains unchanged. To address improvements to the site plan includes the widening of the planter between the parking area and the sidewalk from 2 feet to 6 feet. 2 new trees and 2 new light posts are also proposed. On the left, there is the proposed light post. This light post matches the light posts in the existing parking area on adjacent parcels. The 6 images in the center there are proposed trees and shrubs replanted on site. One image to note in particular is the one of the After Dark peppermint tree on the top left. 2 of these trees, After Dark peppermint trees, are proposed in the landscape area between the proposed parking and the blank wall office to the north to help break up massing of that wall. So with that, staff has found that the proposed application to be consistent with the municipal code, the Downtown Specific Plan, and all required findings. And so we recommend that the Planning Commission by motion adopt the attached resolution approving design review and coastal development permit and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Great. Thank you so much, Daniel. Are there any questions for staff at this point from the commissioners?
I've got a couple.
All right, Commissioner Dupin?
Am I correct in assuming that we are no longer using the letter rating system for historic buildings and that it's all a voluntary registry at this point?
Yes, Chair, Commissioner,
Yeah.
excuse me. That was a change that was implemented with the last update to the Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Okay.
Both of those changes were, excuse me.
Okay. And this is just a technical thing. On page 6 of the staff report, it refers to a 2-foot planter being enlarged to a 4-foot planter. On page 7 of the staff report, it refers to a 4-foot planter being enlarged to a 6-foot planter. And then on page 1 of the plans itself, it's a 2-foot planter getting enlarged to a 6-foot planter. So which is it?
I'm going to blame that on a little beginner's bad luck there. The correct answer is that it's an existing 2-foot planter moving to 6-foot or proposed 6-foot planter.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that. I knew it was probably just a faux pas or whatever, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kellenberg, any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. I'm not sure. A question I have for staff is whether or not you saw all the late correspondence that we received, and a number of those were questioning the historic analysis and the CEQA analysis. Based on that, your review of those late correspondence, has anything changed in your evaluation or final recommendation?
So yes, Chair, my office, of course, worked with planning. It did introduce a certain level of confusion. And what I mean by that is that when you take a look at that, 2000, the city's historic register, it does list obviously this address. It then says church, bungalow. It then has 2 dates. That, of course, does not necessarily line up with what happened in 2007 and 2008. Similarly, in 2021, there was that, that action under that government code. So it's clear that in 2007, 2008, the applicant did not contemplate that this, vacant single-family structure was to be on the historic register. In looking back at some of the minutes, there was some direction to, or at least, indication from the from the Heritage Committee, and I believe from the Planning Commission, who may or may not have upheld that, is to kind of keep it. Now, that doesn't mean that action means it's historic. It just means, hey, and during that process, go ahead and keep that kind of vacant single family. So, it did introduce, I would say, a modicum of confusion. Of course, wish I would have got that letter earlier. And once again, I don't blame this is what public hearings are for. We want the members of the public to take a look at this and send us these letters. So I did wish I had it for a little bit longer, so we maybe could track it down with a bit more definitiveness. Where I sit today, I probably still lean towards the staff's recommendation. But I'm going to be honest with you guys, because I don't want to, is that I wish I was a bit more certain in that direction to you guys tonight.
Okay, thank you.
What?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So
I could probably
expand on that.
Slightly. Back in 2007, 2008, there was an application being processed for the church master plan through the city. There was an architect involved designing a project for the property. As part of that intensification of use, there were additional parking requirements being triggered by the proposed project. At that time, the applicant found it desirable to also file an application to designate certain structures as historic resources, having those structures placed on the city's local register. There were, I believe, 2 meetings before the Heritage Committee in 2008, and then public hearings before the Planning Commission on the actual entitlement application. The Heritage Committee had recommended as part of this consideration for placing the property or structures on the register, that the applicant omit the proposed removal or relocation of the vacant single-family dwelling from the proposed project. The applicant later returned to the Heritage Committee and confirmed to the Heritage Committee that that was no longer part of the proposed project. There is an executed and recorded historic preservation agreement recorded against the property. The agreement identifies the legal description of the property or properties that are subject to this agreement. It identifies certain lots. The lot on which the vacant single-family home sits is not one of the identified lots. The description of what's being protected subject to this historic preservation agreement is the church and administration building, which city staff would not interpret as being inclusive of the vacant single-family dwelling.
Would not.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Now, what does admittedly add a cloud to some of this is that there's also a map exhibit which may have been packaged together with the recorded agreement that highlights certain parcels, with the insinuation being that these are the reference parcels that are subject to the agreement. And it includes the property located at 359 3rd Street, the site of this vacant single-family home. Now, perhaps it might be helpful if I share something on the screen here, if you'll give me a moment. So this is that historic preservation agreement. Outlined in red are the subject lots. So it's essentially the odd numbered lots starting at 23 all the way up to lot 39. And the structures for historic preservation as described in this agreement, again, Laguna Presbyterian Church and administration building. And then if we scroll down, here is that exhibit that I had referenced. 359 3rd Street is this lot 22 here, which again, the legal description identified on the agreement itself starts at lot 23. So this lot here, it goes from 23 to 39. So it actually excludes not only 359 3rd Street, but almost half of the block on 2nd Street. And if I flip to this next exhibit here, these are the permits that are described in that legal description, which if I'm looking at just the church or sanctuary building and the administration building, that seems to make some sense to me. So again, to echo what the city attorney mentioned, I think there is some confusion. There is a listing on the city's website of properties that are on the city's historic register, and it's described as church, bungalow. It identifies construction dates, and none of those dates line up with the single-family home, however, which was constructed in 1914, and the dates of construction listed on that listing are actually in the 20s, 30s, or 40s, I believe. So they don't match the construction date of the single-family home. So that's where staff stands and why staff still stands behind the recommendations in the report, but ultimately, as the decision makers, you have the discretion to determine if the evidence supports that conclusion.
And are you hanging your hat, Anthony, on that this lot isn't specifically referenced and others are?
It's, yeah, that first page, go back to that first page where, because they listed just,
Because that seems to be
yeah,
the
I mean,
most compelling thing.
Yeah. Well, it's also not, the description is the church and the administration.
Yeah, and this lot.
Which are in that block, the block lots.
Right.
Okay.
And so, yes, that is, of course, pretty persuasive. As Planning Manager Vieira said, the historic register index list, which the city maintains, references a date of February 25th, 2008 for this property. And then there's basically a column that says, hey, is there a recorded with the county historic agreement? And in that column, it says no. Now, I don't know if this was just poor record keeping on behalf of the city, because clearly there is one. This says November 2007. That date says February 25th, 2008. And so, and once again, I appreciate the question that, that is kind of why I'm not up here telling you, no, this is 1000% rock solid. However, as I said before, if you had to, say, hey, which way is it? I would, echo Planning Manager Vieira and say, yes, staff still stands behind it, but it's ultimately your guys' call.
Great. Thank you for the explanation. Okay. Any other questions for staff? No. Okay. To the applicant, please tell us about your proposal.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Shalin. I'm here on behalf of Laguna Presbyterian Church. With me tonight, I have Rick Hume, who's a member and also the architect we used as part of this application, Tom McGill, and Ed Sauls. First, I'd like to thank all of you commissioners for having us and reviewing this application. Yes, we've worked with Daniel. He's been great. He's been responsive, and thank you for helping us and shepherding us to this point. In summary, just what he explained, we're removing this abandoned structure. We're adding 7 new parking spaces consistent with the ones that are already there. We're adding some new trees. We're adding 2 new lights that are consistent with the lights on the property, and that is it.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions for the applicant?
So the 2-foot planter is going to 6 feet, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I have a question.
All right, hang on a second, Commissioner Kellenberg. Yeah, just need to come up.
I'm
and speak.
sorry.
Mike, that's all right.
George, you had originally asked that we mirror the planter on the other side of the drive aisle. And we didn't know what the dimension was at the time. It's 4 feet, which is probably why the document refers to 4 feet. We end up with 6 feet available, so we just threw it all into the planter.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just was looking for a little clarity there.
Commissioner Kellenberg, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant, and I'm just wondering, your utilization of this building, it doesn't seem like it's been, it's sort of fallen into disrepair over time and to a certain degree, and it doesn't look like it's been, great efforts have been undertaken to utilize it at a highest and best use. I don't know what that would be. I suppose as an office or some other, function that would make it a contributing building to the neighborhood. Can you just talk about that? What your use of the building is and why you've decided that it isn't of a higher and better use than that would lead to a demolition?
My name is Tom McGill. I'm an elder of the church and there's sometime legal counsel. That we call it the Blue House. Just it's easier to say. The Blue House is falling down, falling apart. The commissioner's right. We haven't done anything with it because really, from the church's standpoint, the highest and best use of that little slice of land is parking. That truly is the best use given the other facilities of the church. So it's just frankly an eyesore. It's falling apart. We have no incentive to make it not fall apart because we don't have any use for it. In the beginning, it was a rental home over the years, and we stopped renting it, probably well over a decade ago. And then we used it for storage. But it really has no purpose or function. And we're better off with the parking spots because, as you all know, parking is an issue for our church like it is for any other business or whatever. And the clinic, not permitted, but they use it. And some Suzy Q spillover occurs there. So it's really just the highest and best use.
Has there been anybody inquire as to maybe, giving it to somebody that would actually pick it up and take it somewhere else?
I'll bet you $100 that you couldn't possibly move that.
Oh, it'd fall
I
apart.
double dare you to try to move it.
I can answer that. So we've previously appeared in front of you, and there was outreach regarding this question.
Yeah, that's what I recall.
And
Yeah.
I believe there was actually 3 parties which we followed up with. We tried to meet on site. We explored giving it to them, putting it on a truck, and here you go. And all 3 of those individuals did not follow through on meeting us. It was all, a phone call and no follow-up to Ed Sauls and myself. So to no avail, that it just didn't happen.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, I'll open the public hearing to any members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
And Christoph. I happen to have been at the Heritage Committee meeting when this came forward. I happened to have been there with my own house proposal, and John Loomis was there. And he was asking the Heritage Committee to approve their plans. And they were going to tear this building down then. And they were asking for a relief from their parking requirement in general, because they were doing these additions to the church at that time. And so the question came up, why are you removing this historical building? Because it was on the inventory, and clearly it is a historical building. And so then someone said, if we give you relief on more parking spots, you won't have to tear this building down. And they said, fine. And so that was the deal. Keep the building, have more relief from your parking requirement, and let's move forward and keep this building as a historical feature. So there's a lot of documentation in the file about this issue. And I would suggest that you ask staff to completely research this and come back later, because this is a valuable asset and it is a historical building, and it doesn't just because apparently doesn't the state provision regarding you can't tell churches what to do with their historical buildings doesn't apply in this case, because this was a condition of approval of other things that they were asking for. And so I would say, don't take action tonight, and make sure that your staff people are completely confident of what they're recommending, because I think there's grounds to keep this building in place and preserve it, because that was the commitment at the time that they got their relief from parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this? Seeing none, back to the applicant team. If there's anything you'd like to add, or if you'd like to respond to any of those comments.
Hi, I'm Ed Sauls, member of the church. Thank you. Appreciate being here. I wasn't at that hearing. I don't know what occurred. What I do know is that the master plan was approved for the church, and there were no conditions of approval relative to that structure. There's also some confusion about a bungalow, and we have pictures of an original bungalow that was part of the church design that was actually the original sanctuary. So there's some confusion about bungalow versus what we call the gray house. So at the blue house, thank you, gray house, it faded blue house. And so, you know, when I looked through the documentation and shared it with staff, it's very clear that this parcel was not included in the registration. It's parcel 22, and all the numbering starts with parcel 23. There's no reference in that documentation of an attached map as per the attached map. So there's this map that's in there with yellow highlighting that's in the file, but has no reference to the official document. So I look at it and say objectively, this was not officially in the conditions of approval, and it was not in the application for a historic registry. Further, we did process under government code the exemption, made the finding that it was a hardship to keep that. And so really the historic component of this is kind of a non-issue tonight. The city made a decision and processed that it wasn't historic. So therefore, really what we have, contrary to a lot of projects in town, is it's a simple project. There is no building to be considered. Unlike the fire station, there's no height limit. It's going to be 0. Unlike a lot of places that don't have adequate parking, we're adding parking. Contrary to our last public hearing on this, we needed a landscape architectural plan. We have that now, and it's exactly matching what's there. So we appreciate your efforts on this. We think firmly it's not a historic project to be considered. What needs to be considered is the parking and landscaping. Would ask for your approval.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Have you ever applied for or received like Mills Act and as it relates to this cottage at all?
I don't know that. What is that?
What's the Mills? The historical. No.
Rick Hume, just a couple of points and I want to answer your question. I was the chair of the building committee when we did the renovation of the sanctuary. I was also the landscape architect on the project. I was also at the meeting that Ann was referring to. I have a little different memory of what occurred in that meeting. In general, it was very similar, but we did not, the church was not interested in preserving the Blue House as a historic building. The church was interested in preserving the sanctuary building, which we ultimately ended up spending something over $12 million to restore. And that was, we asked for a historic designation for that building in order to obtain the parking credits. The Heritage Committee was interested in keeping the bungalow. We were disappointed with that recommendation because the city had just eliminated 16 bungalows across the street, and we thought that this should be able to be removed too. But that was a small issue in this very large project. So we agreed to not fight the issue at that time. We would deal with it at some point down the future. We're there today, and we're now interested in removing it. Now, as far as the bungalow is concerned that everybody's talking about, I'm not sure we're talking in the document about the bungalow on 3rd Street. There was other bungalows in the neighborhood, and the church had a bungalow at the corner of 2nd Street and Forest. That bungalow was the original sanctuary for the church. It's no longer there. In fact, I've lived here for 40 years. I didn't see it, but I do have pictures of it, and I'd be happy to pass them out to you so you can see it. But it shows the bungalow there on that property originally And then it shows that the bungalow was, when the church building was built, when the sanctuary building was built, it was placed adjacent to it. And so I don't know that this is in fact what occurred, but that may be the bungalow that we're talking about because it's in the red zone that was on that map. Could be. I don't know. But I'd be happy to pass this out to you if you'd like to take a look at that. And George, did I answer your question?
No, not really, but it's okay.
Is that okay?
No, I was just curious, the blue, what you're calling the blue building, like,
Right.
yeah, so I was just curious if for somewhere along the history of that, if it was on the local registry or whatever, if you had applied
It
or
was-
received a Mills Act.
We did not.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, so hang on. What's
Can I
the,
just raise a point of order?
Chair? It's up to you.
Point of order.
I already closed the public.
I jumped in my car and came down here. I was watching, there was a couple of killings in Washington DC. I didn't want to leave my TV, so I got in my car to run down here. If I could just have the 3 minutes
Sure.
to address, I thank you very much.
And please, hang on, before you start, Chair.
Yes.
So if we, once again, it's your meeting, you get to run it. We will need to give the applicant time to refute and
Okay.
any, yeah.
All right, yep, you'll have 3 minutes if you give us your name.
Thank you. I'm Jacob Cherub. I've only lived in Laguna Beach for 35 years, and I cherish what our boards and our commissions do to help protect our town for what it has been and keeping it from becoming like other towns around the country. I know this came before the Planning Commission, and I think it was in '23. And we thought that this had been disposed of at that time. I'm going to be disagreeable for a moment here, if you'll allow me, and just challenge a couple of things. I didn't prepare any remark. Highest and best use is not a concrete parking lot in this instance. That bungalow has been there since 1914. It predates everyone here and almost every building downtown. It is part of our heritage. And the fact that the church has not seen the benefit to maintain that, and now today says that because it's in terrible condition, we should just do away with it. My father is 103 and a half years old. He was born in 1921. And he's not in the best of shape either. But we do our very best to make his quality of life, because of what he has given to us, raising his family. And I would ask the church to do one fraction of that. The highest and best use of that building would be to repair it, would be to, we have artists that are looking for places to live. Rent it out to an artist. Let them be downtown. We went through as a town a kind of a traumatic experience where people there were some people that wanted to put a parking structure there. And thank goodness that we haven't done that, because it would have torn out more of our soul of that part of town. So I read in some of the analysis, as I just briefly perused it, that structures have been built around it, and that somehow that should make this less valuable because it doesn't fit into what's been built since then. So I ask you, as defenders of our town, of making decisions to keep our heritage as much as possible, I'll just put it this way. Let's not pave Paradise and put up a parking lot. Joni Mitchell had it right. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your indulging me come in at the late moment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, back to the applicant team, if you would like to add anything in addition.
This is a great town, and we have a lot of diverse opinions. And I respect this gentleman has that opinion. I also respect that it's the church's decision as to the best use of their property, and also respect that by law, we processed the exemption, that it is not to be considered a historic building by the city. And so ask for your support of the recommended position from staff.
Great, thank you so much. I will close the public hearing and go to commissioner comments. Anybody in particular like to start? Commissioner Kellenberg?
There you go. Pick on me.
You don't have to go first if you don't want to.
No, this is a hard one for me. I think the letter of the law was just articulated, and that was I remember when they came before us and did the exemption from the register, and they did that for a purpose, and that was so this moment in time would be a technical issue and not a one related to less related to historical relevance. And it seems to me that the argument of whether this building has historical merit, from a technical standpoint, should have been made at that point in time a couple of years ago when that happened. Having said that, I really relate to the last speaker, in that it is a historic. I mean, I'm looking at it right now on my Google Earth screen, and it's obviously a historic building. It's an old building, and that makes it historic. Does it have architectural relevance? Like some of the buildings we've argued in depth over and decided not to, and decided to preserve because of, unique architectural character and design. It doesn't seem that way, to me. But I do still struggle. But I think in a way it's the moment has passed for us to make that kind of decision. So I think I'm forced to support the application at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldman.
Yeah, I think I agree with Commissioner Kellenberg. Look, it is a historic building, but it seems like it's past its prime. And its highest and best use is not as a building. And from a fairness perspective, I recognize we want to keep the city the way, keep some of these remnants of the city in place, but I think it's an undue hardship on the owners of buildings that are obsolete to force them to keep them just for that sake. So I'm with Commissioner Kellenberg as well in support of this.
Commissioner Whiten.
Yes, I think both my fellow commissioners have articulated the situation well. And I think the church, which has been before us before on this very issue, acted in good faith. And I don't think there's anything, nefarious about this. The city, they went through the process, and the city processed the exemption, so to speak, and that, that's a fact. Yeah, it's an old building. It's not in very good shape. Nobody seemed to want it. There were three calls and then no follow-up. So I think, if in fact somebody really wanted to save the building and no one has offered to step forward and renovate it, have they? So, I support this application.
Commissioner Dubin.
I don't have a lot to add to that. I think there are, we have a lot of homes and structures in this town that are part of our history and the growth of the community. I had a friend who lived on 3rd Street in an old little apartment that was above a garage that subsequently got torn down and a new structure built there some years ago. I think the church, being the property owners and have gone through the process of, this not being on the historic registry. And the fact that it's, it's 1914, but, what does that mean? I mean, there's, if you want to restore an old car, you're going to do it. If you don't want to, it gets crushed, that's just the way of the world, so I really feel like, the balancing between historic preservation and property rights is kind of where we're at right now. And I think that, if that was a structure that really was significant, like it had some architectural features or had been used by some famous person in the past, that gave it some kind of relevance to our history, I would say maybe feel different about it. But right now, I think it's dilapidated. It probably couldn't be moved even if somebody wanted to move it because it would fall apart. So I would say, that, we're always in need of parking in this town. Parking is, we talked about parking earlier tonight. We talk about parking on every single project that comes before us. So for a property owner to add parking, whether it's for their own, the church use only or whatever, that's not really relevant. So I'm in support of this as well.
And I agree with my fellow commissioners. I, read through the whole staff report again, read through the whole historic analysis that was done back in 2006 and updated in 2008 that we had seen before, but I read through it again just to refresh my memory. And, it explains that it's not it's old. It's 1914. So yes, it's old, but that does not make it necessarily a historic resource. The historian, the analysis back then said that the building had been significantly modified more than once since it was originally constructed in 1914 to basically double its size. And they said if you wanted to really rehabilitate it, restore it to its original 1914 original bungalow, you would have to be removing half of the building. And who's going to do that? That would make zero economic sense. Anyway, the bottom line is I feel as though the church, availed itself through allowable legal challenges to request that it not be considered a historic resource. And that was made in a public meeting, and the city basically says that they need to follow that. Now, I agree that there was some confusion over, whether it was ever listed on the historic register in 2008, but I would go with, the actual written description where it lists the lot numbers and not that, highlighted, yellow highlighted map. So I feel as though the church has followed the rules and is within now its authority to request this action. And I am supportive of it. So if somebody would like to make a motion.
Yes. Yes. it will. Okay, I move.
I've never heard been quite that sad before.
Okay, the Planning Commission moves approval of design review by motion to adopt the resolution approving design review 25-0779 and coastal development permit 23-0151 and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman?
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg?
Sadly, yes.
Chair Sadler?
Yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously. There's a 14-day right of appeal to the city council if anybody doesn't agree with that decision. Thank you, and sorry you had to hang out for so long. Six.
We're gonna have a sledgehammer, Harvey.
Hang on, the meeting's still going on. Sorry, yeah. Go back in.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to other business, if there is any other business.
There is no other business, Chair.
Or any committee, commissioner, or staff reports? Nope.
Not at this time.
Okay, if somebody would like to make a motion to adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
That would be to June 4th, 2025.
I move that we adjourn till June 4th, 2025 for our next regular planning commission meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman, Commissioner Whiten,
Yep.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes, we are officially adjourned. Thank you.